definition, make them boys go crazy. They always claim they know me, coming to me, call me Stacy. I'm the F to the E, R, G, the I, the E, and can no other lady put it down like me. I'm Fergalicious, so delicious. My body stay vicious. I be up in the gym, just working on my fitness. He's my witness. I put your boy on rock, and he be lining down the block just to watch what I got. So delicious. It's hot, so delicious. I put them boys on rock, so delicious. They want a taste of what I got. I'm Fergalicious. Hold up. Check it out. Baby, 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 if you really want me, honey, get some patience. Maybe then you'll get a taste. I'm the taste, I'll be laced with lace. It's so tasty, tasty, it'll make you crazy.
To the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the, hit it, Fergie.
All the time I turn around, brothers gather round, always looking at me up and down, looking at my. I just wanna say it now, I ain't trying to round up drama, little mama, I don't wanna take it. And I know I'm coming off just a little bit conceited, and I keep on repeating how the boys wanna eat it, but I'm trying to tell that I can't be treated like clientele, cause they say she delicious. But I ain't promiscuous, and if you was suspicious, all that shit is fictitious. I blow kisses that puts them boys on rock, and they be lining down the block just to watch what I got. 4, 3, 2, 1. My body stay vicious. I be up in the gym just working on my fitness. He's my witness. I put your boy on rock, and he be lining down the block just to watch what I got. So delicious. So delicious. So delicious. Taste it, taste it. It's so delicious. It's so delicious. It's so delicious.
To the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the G, to the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the S-T-E-Y, girl, you tasty. G, to the A, to the D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the L-I-C-I-O-U-S, to the D, to the E, to the
Guys, I forgot how good that song is to shake ass. God, Fergie. Joel, how are you? Hello. Thinking about how Fergie was in Black Eyed Peas, everyone was like, she should go solo voice, is so good. And yeah. I think I was too, I remember Fergie for sure, obviously, sorry. But I don't remember the transition of her being solo. But it must have been huge. Hi John. I'm going piece of shit. What do you mean? Could use a deluxe bath. I'll give you a deluxe bath. Oh my God. Quinn, hello doll. Good to see you. How are you? Hello everyone. How art thou? We have more mods today, but it's very easy to toggle them off and on. So I am going to do that. I'm just going to do like, if there's a certain mission where I'm like, okay, this is getting annoying, I can toggle the mods off. But I do want to do them again because, correct me if I'm wrong guys, does this look nicer? This still looks good? The graphics should look beautiful right now. And you haven't really seen, last stream you saw of Red Dead, but like you didn't really get to experience the mods in 4K, 2K, whatever. So I thought we'd do some more mods. So it's like, not blurry mods. Yeah. Because you only saw mods with grain. So I thought, oh, we should have some fun with that. And I gotta be honest with you guys. Faz has me in a fucking chokehold. A chokehold. Just try to ride 20 feet. Yeah, honestly, David. Honestly, that's what was happening. I'm like, what the fuck? Your mum got you into the Black Eyed Peas? That's legendary. That is legendary. Hi, B. How are you? Hi, Abs. Hi, Game. Art. Hello. So today, listen. I hate that I'm so into Faz, but it's great. Not a bad thing. But I did promise this, so I thought we should do a bit of Red Dead. I want to do as many missions as I can because I've been behind. Of course, we'll play some poker. Don't test me. We'll still play poker. But I think for a cap, I would like to play more Faz. Crazy statement. Hello, oh, sorry. Hiccup. Hello, Casey. How are you? GG on the first, by the way. Nelly, thank you for your streak as well. Doing so well. Amazing. May, hello. How are you? Need a stream. Thank you for being here. Of course. Of course. Thank you guys for being here. I'm very excited for this week. I was so organized this week. So I have another video scheduled for YouTube. If I can get a third up, I will. But I'm not stressing because 2 videos a week is really good on top of, you know, 5 streams, 5 long streams. So I'm very proud of that, which means we're sorted. We're bloody sorted. I don't really need to get off at 8 hours. But I think either today or tomorrow I will try for like a 6 or 7. Or yeah, because Friday is going to be a long one. So I want to give myself one normal length just so I can, I don't know, do other things. Because when I finish at 6, I'm so tired. 6, 7. Red Dead and Faz. I'm so excited, Motley. Yippee. It's my biggest accomplishment. Hi, Terrell. Well, I unlocked some stuff, so I gotta make some more money. Game Boy, thank you for your streak, and Motley for your streak as well. I appreciate it. I will wait maybe an extra 5-10 minutes for people to get in and get comfy. So I just want to do a little talky moment with all of you, if that's okay. That's an absolute shit show to be real. What are the client areas my happy place? I got you, Abs. I understand. I'm sorry to hear that, but you know what? We're gonna have some giggles today. Things will improve for you. I feel it in my loins. And we are so not going to be flown into the air today with anti-gravity, with the mods. Not going to happen. Guys, what could happen? Although I want to make Arthur dance again. I hope that mod shows up today. Him dancing was so good. Excited for Overwatch on you? I am. So what I'm going to do is tonight and tomorrow, I am going to have to play some Overwatch off stream to practice. Because Grand's like, you need to practice, bitch. So, Jeffy Doe? Yeah. No, I need to practice. Tells a story sometimes, but apparently his mum loved Black Eyed Peas and bought Ella Funk, but didn't expect Let's Get. So when it played, he heard her shout, "What the hell?" That's so funny. Astro, that's so good. Mimi, come on. Yeah. Overwatch Thursday, I know. So she's like, she messaged me yesterday. She's like, you need to play before Friday or US Thursday. But every time I get off stream, she's getting ready for bed because New Zealand time zones. So I'm like, okay, if I can't play with her, I'm still going to boot up and get my settings ready for stream and practice because it's been a while. Well, not actually that long. It's been like 5 months. I was really into it 5 months ago. So it hasn't been that long, but there's been some changes and some updates and new heroes and stuff. So will I play the new heroes? Maybe. But Mimi, no, babe. No, she's about to jump on top of the PC. Usually I would allow that, but with the way my PC's been, I have to not do that, babe. Anyway, what's my point? Yeah, I'll probably play the same heroes, but I will try them out. But it's going to be very funny. It's going to be very newbie. Honey, come on. Mimi girl. She's in that cat mood where they're walking back and forth, doing nothing, which is great, but not when I'm streaming. She's going to press a button one day. You know, she did actually turn off my stream once. She was hanging on top of the PC, and actually twice, and her paw was dangling down over the power button, and she must have stretched or something and just pressed it. And then another time she had zoomies and tripped over the cord, poor thing. But I don't know why she was zooming under my table. And her foot must have unplugged it. I don't know. She's done it before. Poke my hole. I will poke your hole, babe. I will. How are you? Oh wait, no, that's cute. I actually want to get more of, which I won't, but I do. You know how that I got that fish, the SpongeBob fish blind box in Japan? I want more of those. They're so funny. Well, Clementine has to grow up. No, but that's fair. Oh no, unhappy rabbit. Don't have to ask her twice. I know. Oh no. Extra 5, 10-minute talkie because I have finally arrived. Hello, Axel. Sorry, I read that and didn't say it out loud. I love how this morning I was like, guys, what do you want? What one actually? I'm guessing this did. But I was like, fuck, I'm addicted to Faz. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah. God, I'm addicted to Faz. I do like, I feel like I can play, I think I play like 3 to 4 hours of Faz and then I go, okay, I need to get off. My brain hurts. And then I'll get off stream and be like, fuck, I want to play Faz again. But yes, I'm addicted. But I thought we'll do this first. I think I have a few missions today. And then if people will have me, since I'm addicted, I would really like to play Faz after stream. I mean, after this. But I want to get a few missions done. Like, I want to lock in. Speaking of, let me lock in real quick. I'm going to pause that. Okay. I think we have to lock in. But let me see. What do we have on? What were we doing last game? I do not remember. Oh, yeah. We're doing that shootout. And then... Oh, there's a few things to do. Wait. Who's that? Hold. Oh, Molly. What does she want? Graze. Marker. Well, I should do all of them. Who am I closest to? If it train robberies only. Hey, if it comes about, you know I will rob a train. I might do this first. YOLO. And I will be putting the mod on while I'm running there. So, we will see. If it gets to the point though, I can toggle the mods on or off whenever I want. So if it gets to the point where I can't complete a mission, I will turn it off. How does Carl know about Molly? I know everything. I would like to steal some wagons today though. Oh. Yes. I'm not stopping for Gavin. No. I'm not stopping for Gavin. Yeah, because I want to get some progress in the story. Oh, I got a rifle. Nice. Even though I love the mods, but I need to just like lock in, but also I love the mods. Gavin! Because during the cutscenes, they're so funny. Let's see what happens. Oh, fuck. I'm scared. Hey, guys.
This here the Gray Plantation? Yep. Sheriff's orders. You wanted me to have a word with some folk on the property. I'm recently deputized, you see.
Deputized? And I suppose Lee was drunk when he did it? Look, you
Please
can
turn
come
me
in
into
if
something
you ain't
funny.
talking with me.
Obliged. Hey, move!
Ah! Ah! Oh, God! Oh! That's the worst thing that could possibly happen. Oh! Oh! Oh, God. That's the worst thing that could have happened. I don't think I have a gun either. Hey, guys. I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun. I don't have a gun because of where I am. Can you shoot me? You're a bad shot. Go on. What the hell? Missed. Missed. I need to die. I literally need you to kill me. Please shoot me. Please shoot me. Come on. I don't have a gun. I need to restart it. They're fighting him. Oh, they're not shooting me? Why am I injured? Oh. Yeah, I guess I could have stood still. But what a pussy! Why should I stand still because you can't shoot? I'm just doing your job for you at that point. Burrito, hello! How far I am, I was about to say. Heal nearby peds. Where's my horse? Okay.
Back out there, girl.
She's dead already. No, listen. That's why you don't leave. I'm kidding. Leave whenever you want, Vicky. Alright. No, to be fair, I know how Burrito meant it, and you guys could guess my fucking passwords. We spend so much time together that if I were to do, I mean, we've done it in Jackbox. If I were to make a password right now, it would be guessed in 30 seconds. It's not as deep as it sounds. Don't worry. You will guess my fucking password in 5 seconds. I could guess some of yours, to be honest. Probably Burritos, Daniels. Daniels would be something with hog. No, don't say sorry. I was kidding. Please don't say sorry. You do whatever you want. Teleport peds into player's thing. What the hell?
What do you want, boy?
Show my badge.
Sheriff's orders.
Pass
They
rod.
wanted me to have a word with some folk on the property. I'm recently deputized, you see.
Deputized? And I suppose
They're still
Lee was
fighting
drunk
because
when
of
he
me.
did it? Look, you can come in, but you ain't talking to me.
Obliged.
Great. They're still fighting. Lightning weapons. Oh, I can't even
What are you
fight.
waiting for? The sheriff?
Hey, sorry about the fighting. It's not me.
Hey,
Who's shooting me?
student of the,
Is that an O'Driscoll again? Oh, for fuck's sake.
I'm a student of the history of the region, and
There's nothing I can do.
No. I recognize you when I'm done.
How am I meant to do this now? I've spawned an O'Driscoll. They're still there. I can't shoot them. The mod spawned an O'Driscoll. And I can't use my weapons. Shoot. Here's me. I'm gonna use mods because blah blah blah. If I had a gun, they oh. Well, I have guns, but they put it away when I'm close. Unless I shoot them prior to getting in the zone. Maybe. Hi, Freedom. Hello. No, I have my weapons, but they put it away when I'm close because the sheriff doesn't want me to use the weapons in that area. Because I have them. But it stops me from using my weapons. Because he's being a pussy. But I have to kill the O'Driscolls before it locks me out of heaven, I think. Max, I didn't see, by the way. I need to have a look. You're going to make me hungry. See, I can't use weapons. Do I have my lasso? I do. Oh, no, I don't. Guys,
Easy now.
we're fine. Try did I, numbnuts? Are they still fighting? They're still fighting. Give me something good. Make every, I don't know what I'm gonna do. Angry Tommy, can you help me? I'm really gonna need some help.
Yep.
I guess I can reload. Maybe I have to reload. That might be the play. Because I think they're stuck there. If I could shoot, it would be fine. I could just kill them. But it doesn't work that way. Hi, Grace. How are you, doll? What's on the menu tonight? I mean, today, doll. Okay. There we go. I don't think they're still there. It's saved at 9:41 and it's 9:40. Oh. Maybe it did save actually. Not good. I did this to myself, but to be fair, I didn't think it would spawn O'Driscoll boys. I think it looks safe. I think it's good. Hey guys, I'm back for the 3rd time.
Out of the damn way. Howdy. Working hard there.
Just trying to set a good example is all.
Well, good luck to you.
So long.
Can I not do it? Oh. Did I do something wrong? You should, Astro. You should. Oh my god, sorry, throw it. Not me sounding so emotional about Astro reinstalling Red Dead. You should. Sorry. Hey!
Huh. I'll see you at the sheriff's office.
Excuse me,
Oh.
friend.
I'm dancing.
We friends?
Not yet, but
Oh, I'm
he
dancing.
is hoping.
I guess.
We don't get a lot of traveling men here. Then suddenly, there's a whole phalanx of mysterious but strangely helpful Yankees about the place.
Is there?
What are you doing here?
I was just looking for work.
Well, looking for something. Don't worry, your secret's safe with me.
What secret?
I got a secret of my own.
Are you secretly normal?
Get your penis out.
Never mind.
The thing is, I don't care if you kill the whole lot of us and the Braithwaites.
I don't want to kill anyone.
I love her, you know.
Love who?
Penelope. But it's impossible.
Well, love tends to be complicated.
She's a Braithwaite. I'm Bo Gray, son of Tavish Gray, nephew of Lee Gray, the sheriff, grandson of old Murdo Gray. We Grays have been loyal to the state and murderous to the Braithwaites for so long now, no one can even quite explain why. Beyond
Why?
blind loyalty and stupidity, I'm supposed to be loyal to some nonsense while she's amazing. She's like a woman from the future. She's like tomorrow, if tomorrow turns out fine.
Well, I'm sorry for your predicament.
Would you help?
I don't want to get involved in gang feuds. Seems unseemly.
I have such a good
I'll pay.
outfit.
I've got money. We Grays, we've always got money. No brains, mind, but money.
Well, in that case,
I know she loves to sit out in the gazebo on the edge of the Braithwaite property.
It's
Take her
late.
this letter and this bracelet.
Oh, I'm
Please.
stealing that bracelet. I'm stealing that for myself. Yoink! Daddy just got a new bracelet.
Look out for their guards. They're worse with strangers than ours are.
Yoink! Bye! 40th stream streak? Yep. I love all the girthy streaks we have. Girl! Daddy's fave. Wait, I read that as Daddy's favorite. Tee-hee. Pizza from the Plaza Hotel. Guys, I'm really craving a pizza. Bad. Badly. Yeah, but Daniel, that's hot. pizza. I want pizza so bad, baby. I want it so bad. Enjoy your lurks and thank you for your streaks as well. Well, you have to go to Hollywood Studios then to get your ramp. Daniel. I wanted him to look as stupid as he could. Oh, my mod's on. I wanted to look as silly as he could in cutscenes. Speaking of, I gotta find a fuck-ass hat. Sorry. Oh, sorry, sweetie. Oh.
Shit.
That's all right, honey. Get up. You're all right. You're so good, babe. You're fine. Have I ever told you how much I love you?
You're a brave girl.
Fences are made to be broken. Oh, oh! Oh. Sorry, guys. I don't know why that happened. Alright. My bad. I have to get some things. No, not the backup horse! Shaping! Shaping! I don't have a backup! They're not dying.
Well, I never.
Pixel!
It's been stressful for everyone lately, so I'd like to read some inspirational slam poetry.
I agree.
Ahem. Wet, wet, who say? Flooding the town. Draining the main vein. Carl's toss Carl's love anyway, yeehaw.
I agree with everything you just said. Oh. Thank you for the biddies. How are you, doll? And Pixel, sorry, not Pixel. Shaping, hello. Pixel, hello. Sorry. I'm not going to, we don't need to warm up the backup horse. Sneak past the guards to Penelope. Where are the guards? Oh, okay. They'll never catch me alive. Cynthia, you died. For our Cynthias. That's crazy timing. Sure, sure, sure. Alrighty, we're fine. All good, all good. Kame said, shut the fuck up. Easy, we gotta sneak. I'm sneaking. I'm sneaking past. Yep, all good here. And it's not me, it's the serial killer. Don't come for me. Can anyone kill this man? Penelope, ignore the shooting, darling. I got you a letter. Hello, Penelope. It's me.
Are you Penelope Braithwaite?
Well, yes, I am.
I've got a letter for you.
Oh.
And a gift.
Damn it! I wanted to steal the necklace.
But we don't even know each other.
Well, it's not from me. It's from,
From Bo. Oh, he is so...
Strange.
Yes, he's a little strange, but also so human. The rest of our families are stuck in the Dark Ages, or, well, I don't know, cave people, perhaps. Bo's different, but if they find out, they'll kill him and send me to live someplace awful like Ohio. Have you ever been to Ohio, sir?
Kyle would love that
Well,
statement.
neither have I, but my uncle has a factory there, He was sort of the black sheep on account of having left, but now they tolerate him because he's a vicious snob. Families there's something else. You got a family, sir?
No, not really.
No, Kyle.
Well, they tolerate.
You always talk shit about Ohio. it's I mean it with love. Kyle, stop. The only thing you talk about is being a bottom and Ohio. So don't come at me. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I know you're giggling. I'm joking. But true. But true. Mm-hmm. Circa 1880. The whole state of Ohio is fucked up. Caught. Okay, sorry.
Him because of the money. But me, with my ideas above my station, they can't stand.
That sounds pretty complicated. I don't know quite what to say.
Well, nothing to say except I hope they all rot. I don't. Well, maybe a bit. But here, if you see Bo again, will you give this to him?
Sure.
Seeing you broken.
Penelope, don't. Ah! Ugh! The guards were alerted. So the guards weren't alerted to this masked man shooting me in the balls? Penelope, dear? Is this your horse?
Come on.
My bad. Jeffy, yes. Jeffy in the back. Oh, I'm drunk again. Jeffy. Oh, one sec. Oh. Come here, horsey. Come here, horsey. Don't be scared. Oh. Okay, I'm back. Okay. We gotta get out of here. Whoa. Rightio then. I guess we go this way. No? Okay. Time set tonight. Extremely. Is this shallow enough? Yep. Oh, can I rob this joint? Hello, everybody. Fuck. Okay. Sorry. Daniel, that is so cruel that you would even think that I would slap a horse in the head with an axe. Oh! Oh! It's worth a shot. Babe, come on. I may be a dickhead, but I'm not that dickheady, you know? Or maybe I am sometimes, but not that bad. She's locked in there. Not the rifle.
1, 2, 3, 7, 6, 4, 5, 11, 2, 1, 2, 10, 3, 5, 8, 13, 14, 1, 2,
What am I meant to do?
4, 17,
Dick heavy.
29,
Also,
13,
thank you for the Prime, Nero. Nearly 3 years.
8, 9,
Hi, Matt.
3, 1.
Can I do anything, or is that it? You can't do anything. Okay, well, bye, sweetie.
9,
She's good for it.
1, 1.
Uh-oh, I spawned someone at her. That's, unfortunate for her. Well, that will spice things up for her, doll. She deserves that. In the nicest way possible. She's in there with Shrek. It's a fun surprise, and then do I have to shoot her, and then she'll turn into a unicorn, Daniel? Shush, shush, shush. Don't. Ooh, who's this? Oh! Hey, guys. Let me search. Nothing. Oh, I do. No. Oh, there's nothing. Okay. Axel, do what you need to do, doll. Nero, my goat. Oh, great. They're being a bit dramatic, aren't they? Yes! Good, good, good! $138 mods, and this is what I get. At least give me a parachute, doll. Pizza, thank you for the streak, doll. That's really nice. Now I want more pizza. Alright. I think it's actually 178. 178 random things it could be. Flashbang, I know. Every time it switches to morning, I'm like, okay. Didn't want my retinas, actually. And I'm free. Free falling. Alright, I'm nearly at Loverboy. Good evening. I mean, morning. Spawn lasso guy. Oh, he missed. What a loser.
Great family business. Coming through.
Uh-oh.
You're good.
Uh-oh. I gotta get the cutscene before he lassos me. Oh! Hello? Oh, great. Lightning weapons. Ah!
You got my money?
Sure. Did she give anything? For me?
Yes.
Might I have it?
Sure. But it'll cost you. I can't be bothered. Here, take it.
Thank you, Arthur. Thank you. My God.
He's just there.
What a woman.
What a
She's-
woman.
This'll get her killed for sure.
What?
Women's suffrage. Around here, they don't even like men voting. They'd bring back the monarchy given half the chance. Progress is a dirty word in these parts. Unlike incest.
Excuse me?
I don't want to marry my cousin Matilda. I want to marry Penelope. But they'll kill her at one of those rallies they're holding. They've done it before. Mister, you gotta help.
No, I'm afraid I don't want no part of it.
I'll pay. My family, we've still got some money.
Fine. Just no more running around.
Sir?
Thank you.
Sir, please.
Come on. We better get going.
Fuck. Yep. Alright. Two can play that game, loser. Oh! Oh! Oh!
Yes.
Oh! 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 I'm gonna get you! I will get you in just a moment, sir. Okay, one moment. Hold, hold, hold. I attacked Bo because he's been trying to hog tie me for 5 minutes. Bo's exactly, Kenny. I'm just finishing it. What the hell? Kenny, Arrow, Joshi, Pudge, hello. No, near it all the time. Brother Bo just wants me hog tied
Mount
out
up,
back.
all right, and
Okay,
follow
let's
me
go.
to Rhodes. Come
Oh,
on,
I think
come
he's
on.
disabled now. Let's go.
Yeah.
I don't think he's.
We'll go around the property
I don't think
and
the
take
hog tie
road
is
to
enabled
town.
right now. All right, we're good. We're good. Girl, where do you want me to go? Bo, I'm gonna need you to move. Bo, baby. I think I'm bugs. Bo 40's nuts. Follow Bo. I would follow Bo, but I think I am bugs. I'm using Chaos Mod, Joshi. Every 45 seconds to a minute, a random mod turns on. I'm just trying to restart the mission here, see if that fixes it. Because unfortunately, I am bugged. No, don't be silly, Kenny. Proud of you. You gotta keep grinding. Please don't be bugged.
Mount up, all right, and
All
follow
right.
me to Rhodes. Come on, come on. Yeah. We'll go around the property and take the road to town.
Alrighty. There we go. Everything's all good.
Easy, boy. Calm down.
I can't be calm. If we don't get there in time, my true love may be shot.
Really?
If she wants to rally, you gotta let her rally.
Well, good as the cause is.
I'll be there in a second, Bo!
Honor to it.
Let me just get off my balloon.
Blood woman, not a statue in her honor.
One moment, babe.
They know what they're doing.
One moment, sweetie.
For Christ's sake.
Sorry. One moment. I love how Bo started yelling. That's clever. Hi, girl. Bo, wait up. Sorry, I had to get in that balloon. Everything's all good.
There. There they are.
Bo, what are you doing here?
I cannot let you go through with this. You'll be killed.
I'm prepared to die for the cause, Bo. You know that.
Do something, please.
Do what? Fight this mob? They'd eat me alive.
This is no laughing matter, sir. They need protecting from certain elements. Mostly my family. Penelope, I beg you.
I'll tell you what. Your friend here can drive the wagon for us. It'll allow us to shout all the louder. Hooray!
Sure.
Miss Calhoun.
Uh-oh.
Miss Calhoun. My friend
Uh-oh.
here says he can drive the wagon.
Well, Olive Calhoun. Normally I like to drive myself, but today I feel like a man joining us sends the right message.
Well,
Uh-oh, they're all
I
gonna
ain't
fucking
never
die.
been in a protest march before, madam.
Well, just treat us like the sheep, and the folks attacking us like the wolves, and I'm sure you feel right at home. Shall we go? All right, ladies.
Oh,
We
thank God.
know our song is a good one, and we know our cause is a pure one.
Yes, ma'am.
Let liberty reign.
Oh, that could have been really bad. Real bad. Hi, Striker. Hi, Giselle. Hi, Moxie. Ah!
The water, singing songs of freedom and glory be.
All right. One moment.
Let liberty reign.
Not the wow! Okay.
Thank you for the sub.
That's really funny. Is the spinning still on?
Let liberty reign.
Okay, good.
Daydream just subscribed. Showbot.
Mothers, wives, housekeepers, and daughters, we cook the food and we fetch the water, singing songs of freedom and glory. Now, take us down Main Street, right through town to the steps of the Banker Road, Mr. What was your name?
Great.
Arthur Morgan.
During Man Pearl, Daydream, thank you so much for
Not
29.
too quick and not too slow. We need them to
Striker.
hear our voice.
Well, they'll hear it all right.
We sing for suffrage, for women to be free.
Very good, very good. Mr. Morgan, are you an old friend of the movement?
I'm just a driver, Mrs. Calhoun. Maybe a shotgun messenger if it comes to it. I hope it won't.
Well, our message will be delivered peaceably, Mr. Morgan. You can...
The food and we fetch the water, singing songs.
I did not attack Penelope. I did not. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Let liberty reign! We're mothers, wives, housekeepers, and daughters. We cook the food and we fetch take us down Main Street, right through town to the steps of the Banker Road, Mr. What was your name?
Arthur Morgan.
Very good, Mr. Morgan. Not too quick and not too slow. We need them to hear our voice. Send a man to do a woman's job.
For suffrage, I vote for mothers too.
I broke the piece. I broke the piece is a crazy statement. What? Just because an angry man on a horse fell into women while we're singing a song doesn't mean I broke the piece. I like that they finished the song though. That's quite nice. Listen, a couple more and then if we keep dying, I'll turn it off so we can get into town.
Let liberty reign! We're mothers, wives, housekeepers, and daughters.
Disable aiming, we're fine.
Take us down Main Street, right through town to the steps of the Banker Road, Mr.
Okay, we're good.
What was your name?
Arthur Morgan.
Very good, Mr. Morgan. Not too quick and not too slow. We need them to hear our voice.
Well, they'll hear it all right.
Very good, very good. Mr. Morgan, are you an old friend of the movement?
I'm just a driver, Mrs. Calhoun. Maybe a shotgun messenger if it comes to it. I hope it won't.
Well, our message will be delivered peaceably, Mr. Morgan. You can keep your shotgun to yourself. You can't drive so recklessly, sir.
I'm sorry, there's a cart in the way, ma'am.
It's a left up here, Mr. Morgan. Look at these people. It's about to get exciting. I can feel it.
I believe you might be right.
Oh.
Good day, Sheriff. I just to make sure it's a peaceful assembly. Oh, do give it a rest, you sorry fool.
You sorry fool.
I give you the male of the species.
Yeah, it's a pretty dumb specimen, I grant it.
A little further, please.
Please don't do anything bad when you leave there.
This spot is fine, sir. Ladies, get down.
Come on! Go home! Shut your mouth! What are you doing? Hell is going on? Oh my God! Go shit and cause all this trouble. You don't even know what you're getting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is a great day for all of us.
Yes.
For today is the day we begin to live as equals.
Equals?
Yes, equal, sir. Fair and equal.
This is unnatural. This is nonsense.
Fair, equal, and free, just as the founding fathers intended.
Founding fathers, not founding mothers, you silly old goat.
Oh my God, Minecraft Rain. Please kill the men. Sorry.
What the hell you doing here, boy?
Keep your voice down. I'm trying to listen to the speech.
Hello, darling cousin. Don't you ever speak to me like that. What are you doing here? Listening, I suppose.
Go help Bo. His cousin is a moron. And stop them from ruining the speech.
Uh-oh. Oh, do not let me.
You learn yourself
Don't-
some manners,
okay, good.
cousin. Haven't you got anything better to do? Oh, you always was.
Bo, weren't we just leaving?
Who the hell is this?
Follow me around here.
What? You'll hit me?
Come on.
Sir, can you not see how idiotic you are?
Uh-oh. Yep. Saw that coming. Spawn angry cowboy. Shoot him in the dick! Okay, I didn't attack the protesters. Let that be known.
Come on, Bo. Let's go. Quick now.
We gotta go before they think twice. Oh, Lord. Follow me. I know
Run!
a place. It's an old battlefield no one goes to.
You don't want to go back and hear the speeches?
Why are we leaving them?
I ain't voted before, but kind of getting hot for voting rights.
I don't know whether to take you seriously, Mr.
What? That's so great. I'm kind of getting hot for voting rights. Yep.
Morgan. My cousins are my primary concern right now.
Sure.
If everyone knows about Penelope and me...
Everyone knows about Penelope and you. I know about Penelope and you, and I've been here all of 10 minutes. Sooner it's out, sooner it's resolved.
The sooner it's dealt with, you mean? We're dealt with. Our families, the Greys and the Braithwaites, we bury our secrets, and we bury them deep.
Your secrets and your treasure.
You know, Catherine Braithwaite's got a daughter. No one's seen her in years. She weren't right, you know, and Penelope said...
I ain't heard about daughters. I heard about gold.
Please don't do anything
Well,
bad.
Yankee gold?
Okay, cool.
I fear that's just a story, Mr. Morgan.
Hi,
I
Jared.
don't know.
This is awful.
Nobody died. Ain't that awful?
My cousins are vindictive bastards. My brothers are vindictive bastards. My cousins are worse.
They started it.
I know, but
You should leave.
I will. As soon as I have enough money. When my family... We have money, but I don't.
Is your family very rich?
Yes. Well, I believe so. But, they keep me out of the discussions. I have more of a... artistic temperament, so...
Oh, is that what they call it?
Yes. Oh, you made a joke. I really love her. I do.
Well, stick around.
Oh.
Maybe you can die for her as well.
I thought you were trying to make me feel better.
Look, I gotta go.
Me too. Oh, damn! I'm gonna be late. My uncle is quite as bad as you would imagine. Here, your payment. Thank you. Excuse me.
He said artistic, but I thought he said autistic for a second, and I was like, same, babe. $30 for that? What the hell? God damn it. Alright. Well, that was good. We should probably go to Molly now. It's been a while. Alright, let's go. Art real. Real. Yes. England. Oh no, not total chaos. Oh no. This isn't gonna be good. I think we're gonna have multiple at the same time.
Ah, shit.
Thank you so much. All good. All good. We gotta get to Molly. Oh! Come here! Come back! Horse? Oh, great! Come here! Oh! Now I'm slow as hell! Where's my horse? Ugh. Hey babe, we're back together.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Up. Yeah. Get up. Yep.
Whoa, whoa! Whoa, whoa! Where's Angry Tommy?
Yeah.
Okay, we're back. We're so good. We're fine. No, this is only number 2. 3 FPS. What the hell? Guys, I've only had 2 horses. This is my second. It's basically mod roulette, yes. Hi, Arcane. I don't know how that horse was alive. Oh, sorry, sir. What have you got in your pockets? Ooh, gold pocket watch. Moonshine. Yes. Ah! Run, run, run! Oh. At least I got a pocket watch out of it. Get up. Get up. Get up. Get up, please. Get up. Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whoa, whoa.
Yep. Real good timing there. Yep. Who are you? I gotta get off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Here.
No, come here. Oh my god. Arthur, please. Andy, hello.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll make it to Molly soon. I'm so scared. Alright. Avoid leading them to the hideout.
Who are you?
It's Arthur. Alright, we're here.
Yeah.
We have to speak to Molly before the timer runs out.
Hey,
Yes,
Arthur.
Miss O'Shea.
Can I... call me Molly, would you? Arthur, how is Dutch? I mean, how does he seem to you?
I'm about the same as usual, I guess.
I really love him, you know. But if he...
Like he always says.
It's chapel.
Loyalty is everything, so...
Arthur! Excuse me, Miss O'Shea.
What you want?
I bring a gift. The great gift of information.
So you got some tip-off, so now I can risk my neck and make you some money while you lounge around.
You know, Arthur, bitterness, it works on the inside as well as on your sour face.
If you say so. But you could go find some other fool to run your errands.
Bill, come on over here. Will you be my other fool?
My other fool?
You too, Charles.
What are you talking about?
Arthur's above a little stick-up I heard about.
No, I'm not.
You just said...
Yeah, I'll do it. As long as you ride with us.
I got a serious medical condition.
Yes, you are a compulsive liar.
No need to be like that. Charles, have I ever lied to you?
I hardly know you.
Exactly. Well, you boys should do this. It's easy, and I'll only take a small commission for my information. But it's now or never.
Then it's never.
Oh, God help me. Fine, I'll do it.
Well, what is it?
It's a supply wagon carrying payroll, but very briefly unguarded, apparently. As it passes through a crossroads near here where there's an old ruined church before it connects with the rest of the wagon train. Very easy picking.
As long as we get paid or you get shot, I'm happy.
You are a sick man, Arthur Morgan. A very sick man indeed.
All right.
This way.
Wait, that's so true. You're right. It is.
Yeah. How you get wind of this, old man? We only been down here all of 5 minutes.
Well, you boys been off fishing or playing
Hi, Lachlan.
man, or whatever the hell you've been doing.
How are ya?
I've been getting down to business.
Finding the nearest grog house.
Hey, you don't want in on this, Williamson, that's fine by me. Do us all a favor. Head home.
Oh.
Just give it a rest, you two.
Whoa, that horse is a big one.
Once, will you?
Yeah,
I've been
big
scoping
horse.
jobs like this since you fellers were knee-high to a grasshopper.
Once a decade,
I'm
maybe.
good.
So what is
Playing some Red Dead with
scope
mods.
here exactly?
Okay, hold up here.
We should cover our faces.
They'll be passing through
Where's my
crossroads
bandana?
up ahead.
When?
Soon, Williamson. Christ's sakes. I should be due any time now.
Let's keep this quiet and clean.
Put your ass away, child.
Ivan's just
Daydream, thank you so
subscribed.
much again. And
39.
Eva,
This can't be.
39 is crazy. What the hell? Thank you, doll. Oh, really bloody appreciate it. How are you, sweet? If you've just come in, we are playing a bit of Red Dead before I play Faz. I wasn't going to, but I can't stop thinking about it. And I've had upgrades, so it is what it is. We did some upgrades yesterday, but yeah, we're playing this with mods. I will turn off the mods if they prevent me from like an important mission. Then I'll just like turn them off and then turn them back on. But yay, that's what we're doing today, Jill. No, because I appreciate it. I'm good, doll. I was really excited for
Nobody
today.
needs to die here.
Oh, it's rainy.
You see, gentlemen? Just like clockwork.
Oh, hey. Rain.
Stop the wagon!
Oh.
I said, stop the damn wagon! Whoa! Now, don't try anything stupid, and we won't do anything unkind.
You know, boys, I don't want to get shot, but this is a mistake.
Uh-oh.
I work for Cornwall Kerosene and Tar, Mr. Leviticus Cornwall.
Oh, great.
So you know him?
Who doesn't?
I hear he's rich enough to share the wealth around and not miss it too much.
Oh, he'll miss it.
Okay, why don't you check out around the back?
Arthur, help me out here.
One moment, sir.
Are you gonna give me a hand here?
I'm just robbing you. Everything's all good. Oh, money.
Okay, we're looking good. Must be nearly 1,000 here.
Uh-oh.
Shit! Hey! Think I see something!
Oh, great.
Let's go. Arthur, let's go! Yeah!
Oh no, wild goose chase. Uh-oh. Oh, this mod's not helping me out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Yep.
Uh-oh. 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 We're fine, guys. We're fine.
Everyone, stay tight! Wait, you sons of bitches! Yeah! Light us up, boys!
Oh, shit.
Get rid of these sons of bitches! You ain't getting away with this! Easy, you almost got
I thought they were in a wagon. I got excited.
Where the hell are we going?
Oh,
Get
no.
out of here! What kind of dumb questions? Do not let them get away!
Oh. I need things.
Here, boys, come on! Faster, come on!
The mod is scaring me.
Fast when you have to, can't you? Just shut up, Williamson.
I feel faster with this field of view.
Yeah.
I'm not going faster,
Get
but
off the trail, into the woods. Let's shake him and get back to camp.
No, we need to find a place to lie low.
To lie low.
We can't risk leaving Cornwall's men at camp.
All right.
Whoa! Let's hide in here. Quick!
Go on, get out of here.
hide in here.
Get out of here, go on.
I didn't think we were meant to shoot. Oh, you just spanked that horse?
Let's get out of sight.
I didn't think we were meant to shoot them.
Stay
Oh.
until dark.
I was trying to be a good girl.
We'll sneak out of here. Charles, you keep watch for now. Sure.
Uh-oh, gravity field.
We, get some rest.
Oh, God. Oh, God.
All right. Let's try and get out of here. Hey, shit. Absolutely. Well, shut up, old man.
Look, I was just trying to...
Shut up. There's a light.
Uh-oh.
By the house.
Uh-oh.
All right, now let's just keep this calm. See what happens.
Is this your place? Kinda. And you didn't hear nothing? Why don't you just tell me, partner, what you heard? Tell me what you heard. I don't... Maybe I heard some noises out by the barn a while ago.
Great.
Ain't me. Better not be.
Sir, I'm gonna need you to leave.
Look, go check out the barn. Sir.
This is really not good. Excuse, sir?
Well, the place looks deserted enough.
God damn it, Arthur! What was that? Let's fly at 'em, boys! You won't make it out alive! You ain't really gonna be sorry!
I got this, Uncle.
More on the right here!
I don't have a gun. I have to restart the mission.
The bastards on this side!
I have no gun.
Let me get in there.
I have no gun. Okay. Sorry, guys. The caveman ruined that for us. We try again. Please don't be there.
Time's up! Looks like we're shooting our way out of here, fellers!
Oh.
More on the right here!
Oh no. I'm dual wielding.
got more of the bastards on this side.
Oh no. Someone's floating.
This fella really don't like getting raw.
They're invisible. What the hell? Was that what it was? Oh. Can I restart the mission so I don't have to be loud?
Call me Molly,
Oh,
would ya?
great. I don't know why I did that, but to be fair, I don't want it to be loud.
Smart Alex.
I'll try one more time.
How you
I
get
didn't even
wind
see
of this
potato
old
mode
man?
start.
We only been down here all of 5 minutes.
Oh, and
While
it
you
goes
boys
loud
been off
anyway.
fishing,
Oh, okay.
Playing lawman or whatever the hell you've been doing.
Oh, you
I've
can't
been
stealth
getting
it?
down to business.
So what
Finding the
happens?
nearest
Oh, they just
grog
find us,
house.
I guess.
Hey, you don't want in on this, Williamson. That's fine by me. Do us all a favor. Head home.
Sir, get on your horse. Sir?
Just have a little faith for once.
Sir?
will ya? I've been scoping jobs like this since you fellers were knee-high to a grasshopper.
Once a decade, maybe. So what is it you've scoped here,
Guys?
Jack?
Well, I told you. There's a wagon with a lockbox passes through every week. They switch outriders just north of here, but the
Sir?
front wagon's by itself for a stretch before the last run down in the road. I've been watching them.
All right. We best hit it quick, Dan.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. Guys, I'm gonna need you. No? Can we start the mission? You don't have a horse. Horseless run? We can't do a horseless run! Why didn't they get on their horse? Guys, I have a plan. There we go. Yeah, the mod made everyone get off their horse.
This way.
Bunch of smart Alex.
But unfortunately, that means they didn't get back on.
How you get wind of this, old man? We only been down here all of 5 minutes.
Well, while you boys been off fishing or playing lawman or whatever the hell you've been doing, I've been getting down to business.
Hi, Raven. Law,
Finding
man.
the nearest grog house. Alrighty. So, now's the time to get back on your horse. Oh no. Raven, I got the Chaos mod on again, and it just launched everyone up. Horseless in horse saddle.
Too shiesty, just subscribe.
Fresh! That's what I told them!
That's not how you park your horse.
Lenny! I'm with Lenny again. Great. Fresh, thank you so much for 6. How are you, doll? Surely they spawn back on their horses once we get to... Yeah, once we get to the mission.
Okay, hold up here.
We should cover our faces.
We'll be passing through the crossroads up ahead.
When?
Soon, Williamson. Christ's sakes. I should be due any time now.
Let's keep this quiet and clean. Nobody needs to die
Totally.
here.
Totally fine.
There! You see, gentlemen? Just like clockwork.
I love how they're robbing these guys on foot. Are they going to be able to stop them?
Stop the wagon! I said, stop the damn wagon! Whoa. Now, don't try anything stupid.
don't want to get shot, but this is a mistake. I work for Cornwall Kerosene and Tar. Mr. Leviticus Cornwall.
Oh, great.
So you know him?
Look at them running.
I hear he's rich enough to share the wealth around.
1 second, sweetie. Okay. Whoa. There we
See,
go.
gentlemen?
All right.
Just like
Perfect. They have their
clockwork.
horses. They have their horses.
Yeah. Stop the wagon! I said, stop the damn wagon! Whoa!
The damn wagon.
Now, don't try anything stupid, and we won't do anything unkind.
I have
You
a
know, boys,
parrot.
I don't want to get shot, but this is a mistake. I work for Cornwall Kerosene and Tar. Mr. Leviticus Cornwall.
Oh, great.
So you know him?
Who doesn't? I hear he's rich enough to share the wealth around and not miss it too much.
Oh, he'll miss it.
I'm just stealing it.
Okay, we're looking good. Must be nearly 1,000.
Shit! Hey! Think I see something!
Oh, great.
Let's go! Arthur, let's go! Yeah!
Hiya! Spawn giant cop. Oh, good. Where is he?
Hold it right there!
Ta-ta!
Goddamn weapon! Right now! Wait, you sons of bitches! Yeah.
My parrot's with me.
Get rid of these sons of bitches!
Everything's all good. Yoo-hoo! Big summer blowout!
Well, nice going, Uncle.
We're fine.
Most guarded wagon in goddamn history! How was I to know? Go! Get rid of them!
We didn't get a new horse, no. We still have Tire Cruise the second.
Do not let them get away! Come on! Yeah! Y'all made a big mistake! It's over for you!
Okay, I shouldn't have done that.
What kind of dumb questions?
Shoot those
We're
bastards.
losing them! You nearly got a hole in you there! Come on! We need to lose them! Slow down, sons of bitches! Get back here! You can move fast when you have to, can't you? Just shut up, Williamson!
You are not bold at all.
Get off the
Bold
trail!
is beautiful
Into
regardless.
the woods! Let's shake him and get
Screw
back
it
to
all.
camp.
No, we need to find a place to lie low. We can't risk leading Cornwall's men to camp.
All right! Ha! Whoa! Let's hide in here. Quick!
I'm hiding. Spawn angry corpse. No.
Go on. I'll see you later. All right. Let's get out of sight. Stay until dark. and then we'll
Angry
sneak out of
corpse.
here. Charles, you keep watch for now.
Sure.
Well, we, get some rest.
I swear, if I see that angry corpse shuffle in here, I'm going to lose it. And I better not. Play as a turtle. Alright, guys.
Let's try and get out of here. Hey, shit. Absolutely. Well, shut up, old man.
Look, I was just trying to...
Shut up. There's a light over by the house.
Damn.
Everything's
Now,
all
let's
good.
just
Don't worry about it.
let this calm.
I have a feeling.
See what happens.
Is this your place? Kinda.
Great.
You didn't hear nothing? Why don't you just tell me, partner, what you heard? Tell me what you heard. I don't...
The corpse is beating someone up. Oh, fuck off. Fuck off.
Better not be. All right.
The corpse is beating someone up, and I'm on the fucking roof in a coach.
Sir.
How would they know? How would they know? You can't possibly know I'm up here. The corpse is still beating someone. This is...
God damn it, Arthur! What was that? Let's fly at 'em, boys! You don't know what you got yourself. Where did you go? Watch out!
Okay. I can't believe I heard the corpse absolutely going to town on someone. Are they still here? Where are they?
God damn it,
Yep,
Arthur!
there's the
What
corpse.
was
Okay.
that? Let's fly at 'em, boys!
That's so funny.
You're in trouble now! More on the right here! I'm gonna watch you run!
Oh. Oh. Hey, Wagdoll's went and shot. Oh, fuck. Oh. Oh.
They were seconds from finding us anyway.
Oh.
How about we stop robbing Cornwall for a while? I didn't know we was robbing.
Yeah, I agree.
All right? God damn it, they're plowing in this way. This fella really don't like getting robbed.
Let's just hope we don't run out of bullets.
There's a goddamn horde of them on the left here.
There's a horse.
I'm gonna hang your son, you son of a bitch.
Watch out.
Where are these losers?
Move, Bill.
Hold them back.
No. Shit. Oh, wait, Jared, I didn't notice that. I gotta have a look. That's so funny. I just loved hearing him getting beat. Well, hearing the corpse, I know exactly what he looks like as well.
Shooting our way out of here, fellers. Kill that bastard. Where are they all coming from?
Looks like Mr. Cornwall's gone up this...
Not the time.
More on the right here.
Out of the way, Bill.
Son of a bitch. We got more of them. Ah! On this side.
On this side.
I really don't like getting robbed.
Oh, no.
Let's just hope we don't run out of bullets.
Yeah.
God damn it, they're plowing in this way now.
Move, Bill.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Oh. It spawned a coach. And took me outside. Oh, God. Okay. Listen.
Looks like we're shooting our way out of here, fellers.
As long as it's not...
Where are they all coming?
an angry corpse, I'm
Looks
fine.
like Mr. Cornwall's gone and up to security.
Ghost
We
town.
got more of the bastards on this side.
Oh.
Out of the way, Bill.
More on the right here.
Oh no. Oh, everyone's invisible.
Hey, fucking son of a whore.
They just call him son of a whore?
Keep this coal, Arthur.
I can't move.
They were seconds from finding us.
Wasn't letting me use that. Oh no.
This fella really don't like getting robbed.
Let's just hope we don't run out of bullets.
I'm gonna run out of bullets.
Cornwall for a while. I didn't know we were.
Yeah.
Cornwall, all right? There's a goddamn horde of them on the left here.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Oh no.
This way now.
Oh no. Oh no.
Hey, you left.
Oh. 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 Yep, great. Did nothing because I was crouching. Yep, great. Great, really good.
I'm officially retired. Oh, shit. Fire. Oh, shit.
Clone random enemy.
The oil from that ladder. Damn it. They're coming in from the front.
I'm missing every shot. Imagine the loot. You ever cover? I don't want to use it.
Let me get in there.
You know how I feel about cover systems.
Hold them back. Do not let them close in on us.
If we don't get out of here soon, we're charcoal.
This is...
Oh no!
Man, this whole place is crazy. Come on, old man.
There's a mule!
Let's head to the woods.
Oh, great. This is not what we should do. We gotta loot them.
Come on.
We have to loot them.
Where are we going, Bill? We'll try to lose him in the woods.
Daniel, that's a crazy statement.
Let's split up a bit. Try to confuse them.
I can picture you typing that.
Me.
Anything dumb, Williamson, you're on your own.
I would like some cocaine gum right now. What are we doing? Oh, my bad.
I wouldn't leave that old fool by himself.
No, I agree. Sorry. Do I have a flashlight? I might turn off the mod so I could just finish this mission. Daniel, I know. I'm goated. Get to cover. Oh no.
They're coming this way. Perfect.
They know I hate cover.
We need to do this quietly. You take the left and I'll take the right, okay?
Your right or my right?
You see anything?
Not yet.
Alright, that's a bit ridiculous.
Follow my lead.
Made a meal out of that, didn't you?
This is a young man's game.
You're as good as dead.
I'm looting him. Cover me.
Uh-oh. Sounds like they got some trouble over there.
We better go give him a hand.
No, they got it.
Hey, easy now.
I'm gonna leave you cold.
Hey, sexy.
I'm gonna kill you
Who's that? Whoa. Hi, sweetie.
We all still alive?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, I'll deal with you later.
We got some money, didn't we?
Sure, but now we got Cornwall on our backs.
It was an honest
I'll
mistake.
leave it. Go on, get out of here. Every man split up. Go on, run quick.
Good luck, gents.
Stay quiet and move.
Oh, what? I only got 100 for that? I popped my pussy. No, I did nothing, to be honest. I did nothing. But I gotta go loot. I gotta loot. I love when I do a mission and I'm like, yeah, I'm making so much money. And then they're like, it says gang share. I'm like, God damn it. Mamma mia. Okay, I need to go back over here. Is there a way that I can go back and... take what's mine? Can I go back to the original shootout area?
You alright, girl? Yeah.
Wanted? For what? Ignoring all the guns and stuff. For what? Alright, are they still dead around here? Mummy needs something. No, okay. Can I rob this house? Read. Oh. Oh, they fucked up. My favorite thing is when you have... It doesn't happen a lot. It's very rare. But you might be having a scroll and every post hits. Like, you're like, oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's funny. Like, that's... I don't get those a lot, to be honest. But when you do, it's really nice. You can sneak into the back of the house, really? Oh, damn. I want to go in so bad. Hello, Emily. You're not a boiled egg. I really do believe you. A boiled egg is so funny. That's okay. Brody, go for it, doll. Okay. Oh, Lenny wants to talk to me? Okay. We do have to do some poker as well. I'm good, sweet. Do you have a day off today? I'm in my Faz era again. I have a problem. Yeah, I'll play some GTA 6 if people want me to play it. Are you down for me to play some Tamagotchi as well? Tamagotchi, am I saying that right? I don't know who I'm gonna make, but... I'd like to play it. I'll either play it after Grand Games or I'll start it early next week.
You get some kind of issue?
No, no, sir. I don't know who I'm gonna make. But it looks really funny. You got a Steam Deck? Oh, that's my full-time working gal. She has a Steam Deck now. Wait, yes, Axel, true. Bitch. I want to stream... I want to play more Faz so bad today, if that's okay, guys. I really just... I need to. I need to. Oh, do it, Brody. One day... Oh, God. A Steam Deck would be so good. Oh. Playing Megabonk on the couch could heal my ailments. She's going crazy on blackjack this year. Avo, hello. How are you? I wanted to do a bunch of missions today because I was so behind.
It's me, Arthur.
But I really want to play Faz as well. Mega bonk on the couch. The ghosts have got a hold of me. And this is actually, it's sincere because I've played Faz on and off since it came out. And I've always liked it, but the learning curve scared me. And I was kind of like, ugh, I don't want to like learn. I don't want to do this. But learning helps you. You get better weapons. Not weapons, fuck. You get a gun to kill the ghost. No, you get better tools. When you get better tools, it's definitely more fun because you feel, I don't know, like you're in more control. Working from home today? Yup. Yup. Anyway. So I want to do both today. I know, I'm the worst. I was like, I'm going to play Red Dead all day, but I can't stop thinking about the ghosts. Mega bonk these nuts. Lenny. What does Lenny need? Pookie.
Arthur,
Yes, kid.
you got a lot on?
I love Lenny.
Just hunting for all this hillbilly gold that
Hillbilly
Dutch and Hosea
gold.
seem to think is out there just waiting to be stolen. Why?
I got something. Could be good.
Yeah?
Yeah, I was in Rhodes talking to some of the colored folk. They said there's a gang of fools holed up in the swamps east of here who think their war ain't never ended.
The Civil War?
Yeah, apparently it's still raging in these fools' minds 30 years later.
Okay.
That ain't my point. These ignorant fools are weapon dealers. And in their dealing sometimes sit on a decent pile of cash. Yeah, been selling weapons to Cuba and South America for years. Anyway, the old boy I was talking to reckoned there might be a bunch of cash just sitting around. And failing that, maybe a nice stash of weapons.
With just a bunch of crazies, Gardner?
Exactly.
Well, worth taking a look at least, isn't it?
That was my thinking. Said it was at some place.
Sorry, this is really bad timing. But Jeffy, if you want to play a little bit with me today, please do, doll. Come and practice with me. Hi, Tammy. Good morning. I was lurking before bed, and I really wanted to say hi in chat, but I was like, I'm going to not sleep if I do that.
Called Shady Bear.
But I was watching. I was lurking.
Okay.
I'll play after this, so if you want to jump in, Jeffy, you're so welcome
All right
to.
then. Let's go rob some fools.
We're robbing some fools. We're robbing. No evidence. How many did you get right? Oh my god.
Come on. It's this way. On me.
Oh, can I tell you something random? No one asked, and it's kind of boring, but for me, I was excited. So they were doing the fire alarm inspecting today, and all the bookings sold out. So they came. I knew they were coming at a random time, which was annoying to me because I was like, oh, I don't want to miss them because it's a $90 fee, and then also I don't want to like stop my stream and have to like wait for them to come in and do their thing. Blah blah blah. So I was like, oh, I'm probably not going to sleep much today because they might knock on my door at 7 a.m. And they didn't. I was like, okay, cool. Got some sleep. As soon as, I'm not even kidding, as soon as I opened my bedroom door and stepped foot into the kitchen, they knocked. I was like, okay, timing. I got to sleep in. They did it before stream. It was like the weirdest timing ever, but it made me so happy because I could now stream without stressing of waiting for a knock or waiting for them all day and then getting a $90 fee. But it was so exciting for me because as soon as I left my bedroom, they were there. I was like, okay, weird timing, but I'll take it. Thank you. It's the little things that truly get me excited. Guys, listen. Sometimes you just gotta get excited. But anyway, it's done. Yippee! baby. Lenny.
You know, I might have met these crazies before.
You been drinking again?
No.
No. Well, yes, but no, that's not how I might have met them. I think some of them harangued me and Sadie when we were coming back with supplies.
Mrs. Adler?
Yeah. And Mrs. Adler did just fine. More than fine, actually. She's terrified. But I got a notion these fellers is one and the same.
Yeah, we won't find no shortage of angry Peckerwood idiots in the state of Lamont.
My bad.
That's for sure.
Is it really that different in this state? We haven't come far.
It seems like it is.
These boys got a manner about them, but I haven't necessarily noticed.
All respect, Mr. Morgan. You wouldn't notice. Might call you a nigger lover. They see us riding like this. But most of it is a glance or a word. And after that, a visit in the night.
Well, out west, it's...
Out west is out west. And you're all who you are. Right? Decent folks. But some places down here, they judge differently.
Well,
didn't expect that.
It can't be so easy for you, Lenny.
I love you, Lenny!
Well, I guess their gold's still shining, and their guns still shoot. So I'm game for robbing any and every one of these
guys. I love
bastards for
Robin.
all they
I
got.
love Robin.
Okay then.
Plus, it beats being lynched back in Blackwater with all of you by my side.
I guess it does.
Would you watch out?
Take it easy.
1 second, Lenny. All right.
God damn it.
Tayo Cruz. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, they weren't just abandoned, they were run over.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know, I might have met these crazies before.
You been drinking again?
No.
No.
Well, yes, but no, that's not how I might have met them.
Aw.
I think some of them harangued me and Sadie when we were coming back with supplies.
No, I just want to ride with my friend. Can't I just ride with my friend?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You know, I might have met these crazies before.
These crazies
been drinking
before. I
again?
might have to
No.
disable the mods if they keep
Well, yes,
getting me off
but
my horse.
No, that's not how I might have met them. I think some of them harangued me and Sadie when we were coming back with supplies.
Mrs. Adler?
Yeah.
Yeah, let me ride with
Mrs.
Lenny.
Adler did just fine. More than...
Let me ride with Lenny,
Actually,
please.
She's terrified. But I got a notion these fellers is one and the same.
Yeah, we won't find no shortage of angry Peckerwood idiots in the state of Lamont.
Idiots.
That's for sure.
Is it really that different in this state? We haven't come far.
It seems like it is.
These boys got a manner about them. But I haven't necessarily...
Like it's dynamite. Yes, I told you once. Yeah, I told you twice. We gon' light it up like it's dynamite. Just two friends galloping. All right, that's ridiculous. I think I got teleport. Okay, I gotta turn the mods off for this. I gotta turn the mods off. I won't get to the location.
I might have met these crazies before.
What the hell?
No. Well, yes, but...
Sometimes I get really
No,
lucky,
that's
and
not
other
how
times I
might
get
have met
very
them.
unlucky.
I think some of them harangued me and Sadie when we were coming back with supplies.
Oops, sorry. Oh,
Mrs. Adler.
sorry.
Yeah! And Mrs. Adler did...
Can I say something I really like about this game that I've noticed? if you're further away from the person you're talking to, they start yelling. That's crazy to me. They must have recorded every line like normally, and then filmed the same line with them yelling because they're further away. I'm like, what the hell, man?
Just fine.
Can you stop it, please? Sorry.
Let's get this done, okay?
Now, I was saying, she's terrified.
Let me. What? I can't move my horse. I think I do want the mods on. I can't move my horse.
What did you ride off for?
I can't help it.
Now, as I was saying, she's terrified.
Oh my god.
But I got a notion these fellers is one and the same.
Yeah, we won't find.
It goes on and on and on, and it goes on and on and on. Yeah, I throw my hands up in the air sometimes.
Say it, oh, gotta let go. I wanna celebrate and live my life. Say it, oh, gotta let go. I know, Arcane, exactly. We go light it up like with dynamite. First I told you once, and I told you twice. We go light it up like it's dynamite. Okay.
Listen, folks, but some places down here.
I think this is where we're up to before I died.
Well, now, guess it can't be so easy for you, Lenny.
Real. Lizzie, I love you.
Well,
how are you, Dom?
I
Good to
guess
see
their
you.
gold's still shiny, and their guns still shoot.
Still shoot.
So I'm game for robbing any and every one of these bastards for all they got.
Yeah.
Okay then.
Plus, it beats being lynched back in Blackwater with all of you by my side.
Real.
I guess it does.
Real. Lizzie, 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 it's good to see you. Are you excited for some cooler weather now? Oh my god. Well, Lenny said he was gay for robbing. Well, I mean, I am, so...
Feels like we're close. It's a rundown old plantation house down in the bayou somewhere.
Let's take it slow. Be cautious. If, like you say, these crazies are sitting on weapons, we're gonna want to strategize a little before getting shot at.
Of course. They said find the old battlefield and keep on going.
Keep on going.
I've been here before. I can see the wrecked old Civil War weaponry. Where are the wrecked old Civil War holdouts?
See that church up ahead? They're supposed to use it as an outpost. Heard they got men going between here and the big house all day.
Okay.
All right. I'm interested.
Look at this field. Imagine getting caught up in a fight like this.
Yeah, I don't care to.
I don't
Hold
care,
those
dude.
reins in. Let's just take a look around the place.
Oh,
I
my
hear you.
phone vibrated.
It doesn't look like anyone's here.
We don't know that for sure.
Let's have a nosy.
Let's have us a nosy.
Let's have us a nosy. I'm gonna try and,
Oh, someone's on the track.
Oh, I was gonna be like, dear diary, I rode a horse with
Look there,
Lenny today.
a wagon.
Let's see where he's going. You're on me now.
Right behind you.
Let's keep our distance. Just two fellas.
Two fellas
on the road.
on the road.
Hey, that looked like dynamite in the back there? Ain't he gonna ask questions?
What did I do? Oh, he noticed me? My bad. Okay. Sorry. My bad.
Hear that?
Someone's on the track. Can I remove that waypoint?
Someone's on the track.
It was the best day ever.
Look there, a wagon.
Let's see where he's going. You're on me now.
Right behind you.
Let's keep our distance. Just two fellers out on the road.
Those crates in the back, they look like explosives to you?
Could be. Worth a follow, at least.
Try not to go too fast. Don't be alerted, sir. I'm just riding a horse with my best friend.
End of the avenue, between the trees.
Might be it. Might be. Keep it steady.
Keep it steady.
Hey, big plantation house. Must be Shady Bear. I reckon we can leave our mounts up there, off the trail.
Good enough to me.
Alrighty.
We can get a view on them from that wall up there.
Yep.
Bring your sighted rifle, okay?
My sighted rifle.
On the other side. You get in cover there.
You know how I feel about cover. Lenny, I love that hat of yours. Get into cover. Am I not in the cover? Do I press a button? Lenny, I'm covered. Is there a button I press for them to be happy? I'm missing something? Lenny, I'm covered. Can we start? I think there's a button. I just don't know what the button is. Sorry to break immersion. I just don't know what the cover button is. How do I... Key mapping. Stealth, left control. Enter, exit, cover, Q. Hold. There we go. I love how they don't let you start without doing that.
Just
Climbing the fence. At least I wasn't the only one.
Tell me what to do.
You got men covering the house. You got men everywhere. Off near the porch. All right, some tents. Got a Gatling gun up there, too. Well, they got that house locked down real tight.
Ooh.
Hey, you might want to look over to the right. Look over to the left.
Down by the road. We do well to draw them into one spot if we're gonna make a pass at this.
Oh no.
What else?
We got something, right?
I don't know.
We got something. We can hit them head on, fight them honest. Or you could go down there acting friendly.
Friendly? With these folks?
Just draw them into one spot, then I'll start shooting.
Well, that might be the dumbest idea I've ever heard. But hey, I'm always up for a performance.
What the hell? Also, tell me what I
Just
go.
give the
What the
word.
hell? 55 to 70. I'd like to get into the 30s today.
So, what are we doing?
I just don't want Lenny to die. So anyway, I just started blasted. Hi, Ping. How are you?
You gonna make a call?
Gonna hit them head on. You save your play acting for Hosea and the girls.
Hi,
Fine by
Danny.
me. Soon as you shoot,
Hi,
I'll go.
Jules. cover. Oh no. Doesn't let me do. Oh!
Keep your head.
Oh, I look hot.
I'll take the shot.
Where's this loser? I want to loot. Headshot. Oh, T. I gotta loot them.
Quick! Any men in the area would have heard that. They might be on the way. Now let's grab something and get out.
Sounds like a plan.
Search the area for weapons.
These fellas deal in arms. There might be guns in these wagons.
Ooh. One moment. Oh, I don't want that. No, 1 second. Just trying to loot them. Brand new hat.
This one looks good. Search it.
Perfect. Ooh, I shot a limb.
Search it.
I'm looting.
I think we should search the crates, officer.
Oh, got you. Thank you. I love that they're like, hey, dickhead. You need to shoot, you need to do the crate. Ping, yes, my love. How do I shoot the crates or search the crates? Where? Oh.
Here. Come on. This is full of new rifles.
We can sell those, right?
Yep.
We sure can. We'll check the rest later. Now, come on. Let's go.
Oh, okay.
Let's go, let's go.
Let's
Get this back to camp.
go.
Yep.
Ping, that's so brave.
Yep.
I would have honestly ran home crying. That's my brave guard. How are you feeling? Are you feeling better? Pookie.
Come on. G up. Fall in.
I better make some money out of this. Oh, Ping, are you okay?
Hey,
we finally get to ride with Lenny.
Coming our way.
Okay. Keep a cool head.
Black feller doing coming out of Shady Belle in one of our wagons.
We was doing some business with your brothers back there.
You don't look like any kind of folk we deal with.
Our business was conducted to the satisfaction of all parties. Until now, that is.
Nope. No. Something don't feel right about this. Not him and not you neither, Yankee. Get these lines, bastards! Ah! Officer, let's go! You want me to drive over? Got it.
Shit. Shit. Oh. Lenny, don't die.
Leonard.
I'm looking, all right?
Uh-oh.
I can't see anyone chasing us.
I should think we're out of the woods then, so to speak.
Boy, oh boy.
You did good.
We did it.
Now let's get to camp before saying anything like that.
I know Sean's been bringing in quite a lot lately, and I wanted to... It's good to have something to show
That
like
fucking
this.
tree.
Sean's a loudmouth bragger. Don't worry about what Sean
Guys, I want pizza so bad.
Hey, I like her, you know?
Yeah,
I don't know why I have a
so
big
do I.
craving.
There's no better judgment. Just, you worry about you. He wasn't on Leviticus Cornwall's train with me. We had to dig him out of Blackwater.
A pizza.
But nothing. Me and Dutch, and everyone that counts. We know what you do for this gang. We notice. Keep it up. You're gonna start seeing things change for you.
Change for you.
Okay. Thank you, Arthur.
The wheels look like it's going to fall off. From the Plaza Hotel. I go horsey. Hi, Bliss. Okay, cinematic.
Hey, the camp's in these trees up here.
Let's get there.
Maybe I make some for dinner. Calm down with the details is so funny.
Arthur, Lenny, coming back.
Coming back.
These are fine rifles.
Right?
I'm gonna keep one, just for me. Hey, I always enjoy riding with you,
Aww.
kid. You know how to fight.
Hey, you too. Anytime, Arthur.
I love Lenny. Did I not get any money for that? Guys. Pig, maybe you should. Ever thought about that? We're up to date on missions. We can do Micah's mission. I got a whiz. Gonna message someone. Okay. How's it going? All right, should I whiz? Maybe I should whiz, but I'll keep the mods on.
Stay
Oh,
away from me.
But I got a tip.
That's exactly what I'm afraid
perfect.
Oh, it's a goodie, I'm telling you.
of. It always is with you. Then we end up heading in a burning barn getting shot at.
You're a sad man, Arthur Morgan. Sad man indeed.
We're stuck in the shit now, Mr. Morgan. In the shit. We're drowning in mud.
For a man of the cloth, you have quite a way with words.
Words are the very least of my problems. The very least.
I'm sure.
How we doing?
Not much better.
Copy that, bud.
They're getting hungry, Mr. Morgan.
Who is?
The people you haven't fed.
Me? When did that become my job?
Others are pulling their weight.
Oh, give it a rest, will you?
All clear. Let's have a look.
What is that? What happened? What spawned? What happened while I was gone? What the hell? Oh, a caveman. Oh god, okay. Okay.
Evening.
Oh, I'm on a donkey. On the caveman's dead. Did I fight the caveman? Who's this? Oh, great. Hi, Chris. Hi, 3G. Hello. How art thou? Oh. Am I looting the caveman?
Guess I'll go round with one of the guards.
One moment. Moonshine? Oh. Drunk or on acid? Both? Guys, I'm sick. Okay. Do we... Micah's not my favorite... Oh, I can't anyway. Okay. That works. What are we up to? What's the vibe? Oh no. Wait, did you just gamble all of it? How'd you feel better, doll? I appreciate you. Oh, okay. So we climbed up 5% so far. I'm going against all my promises because I was like, I'm going to do 6 hours of Red Dead. I can't stop thinking about ghost hunting. What is my problem? What is my problem? I don't know what my problem is. Uplift time, you want to say something you're grateful for? Go for it. What am I grateful for? Everything, really. Even just having like hot water, I'm really thankful for. All of you, obviously. Hi, Puffin! Ghost Hunters. I'm on my last episode of season 4 of The Traders UK. It's so much fun to watch. Because it's basically Among Us, you know? I'm grateful for gambling. Grateful for sim games. So true. Love being a cowboy. but I'm itching for some ghost hunting. I know, same. I feel so bad about that.
Put your ass away,
I
child.
don't know what's wrong with me.
Green Diamond Sod
Bella!
just subscribed. Bello, Carla, and Clunts.
Thank you for 20. Guys, do you mind? I feel bad about this. There's no mission available right now. Probably because of the caveman, but do you mind if I think today I just wanted to I did want to play some Red Dead, but I also wanted to go with the flow and just kind of play what happens. I don't know. I know I was meant to do the biggest Red Dead stream today, but I'm feeling kind of like I don't know how I'm feeling. But I think I'm going to make like a little sandwich and I think we should ghost hunt. I was thinking maybe we can start off with some solos and then we have pals join us. Maybe Tammy, Keto, Jeffy if they want to play, but like start off with some solos and stuff. Is that something that you're okay with? Oh, Arcane. Cute. Quick sandwich. Not that I'm not loving Red Dead. We did 2 hours of it. Not that I'm not liking it. Do you know when, like, I don't know if anyone else feels this way, even if you're not a streamer. You know how you have, like, certain games on your list and you know you need to complete them and play them and you want to complete them and play them, but you're just kind of like, your brain just can't compute doing longer than a certain amount of time on it? I don't know if that makes sense. Nothing to do with Red Dead. It's a beautiful game, but I'm just like, oh. Maybe because I'm a little bit tired today where I'm just like, oh, I just want to kind of float away and talk to you guys. And I feel like I can't talk heaps playing Red Dead. I don't know. I don't know. I do apologize. I really wanted to play like 5 hours of it today, but I think I just want to mix it up. I don't know. I know there'll come a day where I just won't stop playing it, but I don't know. Mother, I really want to play Faz. And just kind of talk to you guys and talk shit and maybe do some predictions. Yeah, Axel, for sure. I didn't get a big sleep last night. That's probably why. I think I just can't lock into a story today, but it was really good missions today though. I think it's ghost time, guys. And I might do some other games later, but yeah, I think I'm going to listen to myself because I don't want to just be like just playing it just cause and then not giving it my all. I did have a great time though. Yeah, I just couldn't sleep and I went to bed late. I think I fell asleep at like 1:30. I was in bed, but I was just so like, I just couldn't sleep. Oh. I'll get some food as well. And I think I want to talk to you guys. I feel like I don't want to talk over the talking as well. Can I put Twitch drops on? Oh, cool. That's fun. Also, I love Project Zomboid. I'd love to learn that properly. Cheeky timeout, Jill. Thank you for understanding, guys. I don't know. I love Project Zomboid. Okay. That's true. We could do a multiplayer world. Wait, is it fixed now? Has the settings stayed? Guys, I guess this is my time to say, how are you? So many people came in. Oh, it saved my settings. And I feel like I didn't get to give you enough time of saying hello and stuff. Hello, I missed you. Getting over the sickness. Everyone's been sick, poor thing. I can make a ham and cheese brioche roll. A little lacking in sleep department, having a lovely vibe. Oh, that's nice. Yeah, I think today's that vibe. I think we're all kind of tired, and I thought, you know what? I know I'm gonna shit my pants, but I just feel like playing some Faz for however long. It might not be long at all, and then I might go, I want to play DBD or whatever. I might do a short stream today. Who's to say? Poor Keto. I was like, Keto, if you want to play later, you can. And he's like, maybe my throat's killing me today. Wonder why. You bitch. You harlot. You rat. Guys, if you missed out on the end of last stream, go and look at it. Keto was going off. It was so funny. But I'm like, you poor fucking throat. I blame the harlot. That's funny. Having to do business taxes for the first time ever. Oh my god. Fucking taxes. Oh my god. Ping, do it. I would play more Retro Rewind, to be honest, but I've maxed it out and I want something to work towards. I wonder if they're going to add more to it. Oh, Super Battle Golf had 1 million copies sold. Fuck, that's life-changing for devs. That's so sick. Yeah, Keto had me absolutely dying. Bobby, hello. I'm sorry. How are you? How are you, my love? Well, regardless, I know Jeffy's keen and Tammy's keen, so I'll probably play some solos to see how I go. And then we can do some squads with them. Because I want Jeffy to, well, we played together. I like hearing his noises, so... and then Keto's welcome, of course, as per usual, but... Save your throat. You know what? I know Keto's back to work next week, so I won't get to play with him as much anymore. But I do want his throat to be better. I feel bad. You say CJ played the typing game? Wait, the typing game with the exploding? I want to play that so bad. Yes, Bobby. I'm sorry, doll. Come and relax. Come and relax. Hoobsy, how are you, doll? I've seen that, Benty. I want to. Okay, I'm gonna speed run make this sandwich. It's not gonna take long at all. I'm just gonna I'm gonna flop a slice of cheese on there and ham, and then I'm here. Cause I feel a little bit lightheaded, so I probably need to eat. So I'm gonna quickly do that. I want to play so bad, Tammy. We need to get like a big lobby together for it. Get everyone in. Maybe for community day. Okay, I'm gonna throp. $2024. This goose. What were we playing? Any Aussies remember Agram? And your thoughts on it, please. Okay. Girl. really? Oh, Agram, yeah, look. Uh-oh. Oh. Yes, it was the hype train. Oh my god. I used to feel so bad when people would try to get the Gritty Goose. Because if people didn't get it, but we just had a huge hype train, I'd feel so guilty. Oh my god. Jeffy, I'm gonna do some solo, but if you're down in an hour or so, you're so welcome. I'd love to have you. Really, Jared? Chat, hello, Chungus. I need to make money. Just look. Need to unlock Spirit Box. Oh god, I want to grow levels. About to goose on that Gritty. Hi, Rev. How are you, doll? Enjoy your lurk. Okay. I need to buy things. I need to make money. You know what this feels like for me, guys? Some of you remember this. Some of you, it was so before everyone's time. Because it was years ago. When I first started playing DBD, and you had to unlock all the perks, this is what it feels like. It feels very like, I guess, exciting in that sense, because I'm really trying to get everything unlocked. It definitely does feel more grindy than DBD though, I will say. Now that's a crazy statement, but I'm standing by it. I'm gonna sell these, and I'm keeping these. Oh wait, that counts, okay. Oh, a new EMF reader! Oh, that's so exciting. And a new flashlight! Oh my god, that's so exciting. Does it automatically add your good stuff? Let me figure this out. How do I do it? Does it automatically add that one? Also, do you want gambas, guys? Oh my god, I could never lock one. Gamba? Do you want me to find the ghost? Like, correct ghost? Proud of you, Axel. Oh my god. It's kind of nice when you stop yourself. Sometimes it's not. It's nice when you don't stop yourself, but sometimes you realize you don't actually want something. Gamba is up. Oh my god, Tammy, that would be painful. Especially how you operate the probe. I might do... Maybe I'll do intermediate for the first one. Or professional. One of those two. When's your time off, Rev? Hell yeah. Guys, this food has healed me. Oh my god. So question. This means tier 2, right? So, okay, cool. So it will show me what tier 2 items I have in the thingies. Is that how I do it? Yeah. Okay. We're getting there. We're getting there. But I have to add this in. Okay. I think a big thing for me was learning that. Okay. How to put everything in. Secondary tools. Is that the secondary ones? I got a few on a sanity. I believed in us. True. Tammy, yes. Do some customs. Chicken teriyaki. That was really nice, by the way. That sandwich. I needed that. Okay. Okay. What's the difference? Do I get 2 times? Okay, 2 times isn't bad. Fewer places to hide. I guess we can start off with this. I do have to try different maps today. I am kind of in... What's the... Resets in 5 days. Oh, okay. Do you reckon I can do professional? What's the difference? Much fewer hiding places. I'm scared. I'm scared. I have to learn where to hide, guys. Last game, because Tammy showed me some hiding spots, but what I didn't, or what I forgot was some hiding spots leave the harder the thing is. So I had no light because I was being chased, and I hid behind these boxes, thinking I'm just so good. I've hidden myself, and then I die, and the lights turn on, and there's no boxes. I'm like, damn it. Carla, please. New EMF. Oh, yeah, that's good. All right, Lucy. Incense. Capture a photo of any successful reading. New flashlight. I'm scared. What can I do here? A ghost to walk through salt. Easy. Play contracts. Easy. Event points. Not sure about that. Weekly. Use cursed possessions. Okay. Hey, girl. Oh, a burn. A barn. Yeah, I do usually like professional a lot because usually I feel like you can find the ghost easier. Sometimes. Do I hear a noise? What's that noise? I'm actually scared. Oh, it's scaring me. It's scaring me, girl. It's scaring me, bitch. Okay. No. David, trust me, I'm good for it. Did they close this door? I just saw that. Wait. No. David, yeah, you love my screams. That sounds crazy. You know what I mean. Okay. Great. Great. Not good. Oh my god. Guys, there was a clip a couple streams ago where I got scared in game. Actually, let's do this. I got scared in game. For some reason, screamed Tammy's name. And then Mia jumped off me, as you would, scared her. But that scared me. Close to freezing temps. Not good. They're being very naughty. Ooh, Emmett's time. It's time. Oh, I'm excited for you, doll. Best of luck, doll. Not that you need it, but best of luck. Not good. Huge. Manifest. Maybe I'll do some salt action. My sanity's draining. I don't think any orbs, and I hope I'm right with this ghost room. It is coldest in there, and I heard noises. that EMF 5? Was it a 5? I think that was a 5. I think. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. I think it was a 5. I'm not too sure, but it sounded like it was going off in there. And it did walk through salt. Which means it's not a wraith. So we have something. Freezing temps though, I should check that thermometer. Maybe I'll do incense. What do I have? 88. True to real. I don't feel good about it. Hello, Nuggy. I'm a little bit scared. To you, Jared! Damn it! Do you want the house tour? Will I be able to see dots from here? God, you know how I am with my brain. You know how I am. I don't think orbs. But then again, so far no ultraviolet. I don't think freezing temps either. So apparently it's a spirit. That's crazy though. Maybe I shouldn't rule out ultraviolet. Hi Piper. How are you, doll? What would a spirit be? Ghost writing. Oh, I guess I have to do spirit box. That will help me. I'm just a bit of a pussy. I'm a little scaredy cat. Sorry.
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Sorry, I'm a little bit of a pussy.
66 just subscribed. Queue up Wincess.
Hello, Princess. You got me. Thank you for 12. Sorry, I truly don't know why I get really scared. I'm sorry. My God. Where are you? Hello? Are you here? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? Are you friendly? Are you French? Where are you? Oh, it's nearly... No. Coca-Cola, hello. Fuck, I didn't mean to do that. Thanks, Pookie. Oh my god. I don't think it's Spirit Box. But I could be wrong. Smiling. Quieter when hunting. Will frequently make paranormal sounds. So that means ultraviolet. Let me think, let me think. That means, though, that would have to be... Well, I'm assuming it was EMF 5, the sound I heard before. I don't know. They were really quiet when they were hunting, to be honest. But I guess I have to be brave, and I have to see if they're making sounds. Well, before, when I was getting hunted, a sound came up. Do you wear wigs? A sound came up, and... Oh. And, it sounded like EMF 5. It is going down, but it's not happening. It could be spirit. I don't think freezing temps. I don't think orbs. Let me check again. Oh. A lot's happening in there. Oh. What's spirit? Burning incense near them. Alright. I'm gonna be wrong, but I'm gonna do miling and just get out of here. And restart because I'm feeling a bit confused. I think I got it wrong for sure. I didn't do that much hunting. Oh, thank God.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
Okay. Surprising. Surprising. We needed that. Okay. That's so surprising that we got that right. But to be fair, it is... We did rule things out. Do I still have that? Even though I didn't die? Like, do I still lose it? Probably not. What was I going to do? Oh yeah, I want to see what my next level I'm working towards is. 27? Ooh, 27 we get a thermometer. That will be nice. Video camera. Can I upgrade this? No, I need 3,000. A dot projector. Okay, so we get a lot. Yippee! Thanks, guys. Oh, wait. I just realized the people believers. I did correctly guess the ghost. Believers rise! Thermo for sure. True. I really want that thermo. Okay, let's do loadouts. Huge. I need some incense and some salt. Incense and some salt, please. Okay. Nice. Thank you. Oh my god, nice. Okay. Well, I know it's kind of wrong. Sometimes I can go down the road of like crossing things off, being like, that's not coming up, but I think I did narrow it down a little bit, and they were really quiet when they hunted me, so I guess that was a good thing. I might go down to intermediate though. I feel like that was so hard to find them. Oh, really? Change? That's good. Maybe I try intermediate again and see if I can... Although I really should do professional to get shmoney. There's no way that I will get this, even though I want that. I have to do nightmare with the pals. Insanity solo. There's no way. There's no way I can guess the ghost off one evidence. I'm not there yet. One day though, I will be able to do that. Oopsies, I just spilled all in my mouth. I think with nightmare, what I struggle with sometimes is like, they kind of, I don't know. I just didn't really, they weren't giving me much, but also they weren't hunting me a lot, which was nice. I guess I could do Nels. What scares me least? I can't keep doing Tanglewood. I can't keep doing it. I think I'm someone who plays the same maps or same killers or whatever when I play a game. Okay. I need this. I need this so bad. It's a Luke! Yay!
Got the intel. Looks like this is going to be a tough one. We've had reports of violence.
Violence!
They left in a hurry.
Great. What do we got here? Unique photos. Oh! Crucifix though. These annoy the hell out of me, but I guess that's okay. We can figure it out. Oh, I guess I can do the recording on that again. That was fun. Yeah, true. I guess it's good for trying to, whatchamacallit? Are those boxes there? No, but that's there. And this is here. Although... Ooh. the lightning. I think Tanglewood is my favorite map. Can I hide behind there? That seems like a good spot. Yeah, I like Tanglewood a lot. Bones on the ground, the room just— oh, really? Which room? The back room? Oh, my sanity's dropping quick. Mamma mia. All good, Bobby. Nice. I'll take a photo of that. Good spot. Good spot. No? Sup, twin? Hi, Bobby. This is hard. I'm not getting anything. Does it tell you? Huh. Oh, unless I use this. I've never really used it to track a ghost before. Am I using it right? Kiddo would have found the ghost in 5 seconds with that. Oh god, Dixper was crazy with this. Bro, I'm a ghost. Oh my god, stop it. Alright, I don't know what to do. So I'm going to take a photo of this bone. Arigatori. Guys, I'm clueless. I think I know what it's saying. Oh shit, it scared the shit out of me. I think it's saying I need to go to the basement. And I really don't want to. Oh, you saw breath? Really? I like the way you think. No, I don't want basement. I'll try this room. I'll put a camera up in the first room. And then I don't want the basement. I'm a pussy. Okay. Not Sia. I just can't get that fuck ass Bob out of my head. Yeah, no, Tig, I'm the same. This one's hard. I feel like they're giving me nothing. Like, go on, girl, give me nothing. Although I really have to go downstairs, but I don't want to. I don't want to. I honestly remember playing Phas for the first time when it first came out. I was doing the tutorial in Tanglewood or whatever that first house is. And I was sick. Like, I was terrified. I think I need to play on amateur. I can't find these stinky ghosts. I think I'm gonna have to go downstairs, but I don't want to. I don't want to go downstairs. I have breath down here. Hi, Gray. Okay. Carls! Hello! Thank you for the raid! How are you? Hello! Hi guys! I'm in my trying to learn Phasmo era and I'm a scaredy cat. How are you? Also, congrats with all your good news too. I am enjoying Phasmo. What were you playing? Were you playing Phas as well? What were you doing? Hello. Oh, nice. That's my next thing I want to play. I'm very late to the party with a lot of things, so I'm doing Red Dead as my story game at the moment. Which I'm playing very slow. I'm such a bad story gal. But it doesn't matter. It be like that. How is that? I've heard really good things. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much for the raid. I'm sorry, I'm so scared. I literally played this when it first came out. And it's always made me feel quite scared. And recently I've tried to get over that and just learn it properly. You'll love really? Carls, here's the thing. Are you ready to just be disgusted? I am extremely late to every party, and I've never played a Resident Evil, a Silent Hill, you name it, I haven't played it. Now, it's not because I never wanted to. I think I just didn't have access to the games up until a few years ago. And now that I, you know, stream, I just need to play it all, which is great because now I have so many games that I haven't even seen clips of. Like, I'll be able to, you know. Yeah, exactly. So I think it's meant to be that I was so late to the party because now I can stream it and have fun with everyone. So I think I'm actually going to start with RE9, which is, I think, a little bit crazy, but I think I'm going to do that. Also, Carls, please ignore me too if you need to eat, you know, relax after your stream. I really appreciate the raid so much, guys. If you are new here and you play Faz, you want to give me tips, feel free to backseat. This ghost is being very annoying. I don't know if a certain ghost, if this is normal for whatever ghost this is, because they're being very sneaky and I can't figure out how to identify them at all. But that's showbiz, I think. And I have Reanimal. I know. We've got it all. I'm assuming it's down here because of the ghost breath, but I mean, I'm probably wrong. Oh God. Oh. Oh, never mind. It isn't dropping below this though. I wish it would give me freezing temps. So desperately. Oh, I'm scared. I think they're down here. Oh God. Is there a ghost that doesn't give you any evidence? I know, Scoot. I don't want to be down there with them. Unless I put this down here and see a shade. Much harder to find. True. Okay, ghost riding, freezing temps, EMF 5. Scoot, how are you, doll? Hello? Hope you're well. Ooh, so close. Guys, that was so close to 0. So close. It might be freezing temps. Is that normal for it to take 5 million years? God, they're taking forever. They're really shy. And baby girl. Oh, I guess, yeah, you're right. Well... Oh no. I don't need this. I really don't. I really don't need it. I think Faz gets stressful for me when I can't find the ghost. That's when I'm most stressed. Because I'm like, oh no. I don't even want to cleanse the area because there's nothing to cleanse. Oh, guys, it's so close. It's so close. It's probably like 0.5 or 1 right now. Surely that counts as freezing temps. It doesn't, does it? Damn, I used my thing. Foot. So it's on a wraith. One clue. I don't think it's ghost orbs. If that's crazy to say. Next minute, an orb floats. I don't think it's a ghost orb. There's been no orbs ever. Ooh. I mean, it could come later, but I don't think there's an orb. Or ultraviolet right now. Oh, sorry, wrong one. I would pay for an orb to start floating. Okay, is there anything... Tell me, that's all I know. That's all I know. I guess I can put dots down. Hit NV. Can you only see orbs when it's night vision? Oh, okay. I don't think we have orbs. I would like one single piece of evidence. It has to be a shade, right? But then knowing my luck, I'll put it in and it'll be like, it's actually a wraith, even though it's stepped in salt. Oh shoot, she scared the shit out of me. Oh. Can you write in the book, babe? Right. I like that. I like that. God. I have dots on the camera. Hi, Nell. Tig, I turned off the lights for a little bit, but not fully because I'm scared. I haven't. Where's the cursed object usually? Oh, is that something flashing in there? Doll in blue bedroom. Garage. Okay. Music box and turret in first room. What does that mean? I'm scared. I gotta get comfy. I'm real scared. Let me lock in. Okay. Guys, I truly just think I have to put down a shade. There's just nothing for me. There's literally, they've stepped in one thing. I haven't done a spirit box, to be fair, actually, because I'm fucking petrified. But they've given me nothing. Okay, they're moving. They've moved through my thing. Yeah, it's a little too chill. Hi, Nat. I'm doing I'm doing some solos, and then we'll get, I think, Jeffy and Tammy in for some group fun. But this one has just been so, like, I don't know. There's just nothing happening. I might just do, honestly, just as lame as it is, I'm just going to do shade. If I lose, I lose. But, like, let's keep things going. I'm scared. They're just they're not doing anything, and that's making me even more scared because nothing's happening. A galoo.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
Now, hang on. They weren't giving me anything. The EMF didn't even go off once. EMF didn't go off once. Spirit box, that's on me. But the EMF didn't make a single beep boop at all. No beep boops at all. I was on that map for 30 minutes, I think. Nat, I'm not brave. I'm such a scaredy cat. I just make noises and scream and hope for the best. Yeah, that room was awful too. We go again, guys. You know what? Screw it all to hell. I'm bringing my favorite map. Okay. I gotta get more salt. Oh, I have one. Never mind. I need more incense. Guys, my apologies. They just didn't want to do anything for me. They honestly went, you know what? Fuck her. Screw it all to hell. True. Haze, what the hell? No, thanks. I might do intermediate. Just to feel something. Just to feel something. Because both times I've done professional, they've been not interested in me. Becky!
Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object. Investigate it, but be careful. We don't know what it's capable of.
EMF reader. Alright. Surely this is our time to shine. Burn. wonder if this will work. No. Ah! Ah! Oh! Oh! Oh my god! Okay, I know where the ghost is. I know where the ghost is. Oh. All right. Hey, sweetie. Thanks, sweetie. I needed that. Okay. The important thing is we kept our cool. Whoa, active. Active, active gal. Are you here? Where are you? I clocked this goes. Wait, you know who it is? Whoa, my God. Active mama. Are you here? It's the friends we made along the way. Great. You're right. Hell yeah, brother. God, I'm gonna pop some pillies. I'm scared. Oh wait, let's check orbs. I don't. Oop. I don't think so. Which is crazy for me to even just do that. Hell yeah, brother. Are you here? Where are you? Hello? Where are you? Are you here? Guys, they're playing hard to get. I don't think it's Spirit Box. They scare me, bitch. I still don't think it's Ghost Orbs. I don't know, I'm scared. Come out, come out. Wherever you are, hello. I need Jeffy and Tammy to feel better. I'm scared as hell. I might have to just go in. I'm being a little bit of a puss, I admit it. I admit it. That was a 5. That was a 5. That was a juicy 5. That was a hot single in my area. Object thrown. Oh, they're throwing shit now, are they? In my home. And they can't even write in my book. I'm going to put some salt down again. Oh. Are you there, babe? Where are you? Are you there? She's having a tea party. His sound. They're active. Oh, golly gosh, they're active. Just give me one other. Disturb salt. I don't think I see a footprint in the UV. I don't think that's UV vibes, right? Oh, I'm gonna have to look. Fuck. Fine, they want to play games, I can play games. Go away. Oh. Oh, I don't think it's UV. I don't think it's Spirit Box. Ah! Oni or Shade? I mean, technically they've only... Have they hunted once? Sorry? Talk to me. Only are much more active whilst people are nearby and will drain their sanity fast when manifesting. Well, no one is near me. Ooh, scare. Ooh, it might be an Oni. They're scaring me before they attack. And then Shade. Harder to find. Definitely harder to find. I feel like it's not a Shade because it's throwing shit. It did give me... What did it give me? EMF 5. And then someone said Jinn. Turning off location's power source to prevent the Jinn from using its ability. Well, as soon as the location... it's been off for a while. As soon as it's been off... Oh, but it's doing things. It has turned the power off, yeah. It's turned the power off. It hasn't hunted for a while. Jinn will never turn off the power. Okay. So Oni or Shade, I think. Even though that's crazy that I'm narrowing it. Okay. I'm narrowing it down to 2 from the fact that they didn't talk to me with the spirit box. That doesn't mean anything. And there hasn't been an orb. If I take that off, then it turns into this, but then it walked in thingamabobby. And also I said no ultraviolet because, well, they haven't been doing much at all. But again, I feel like we're gonna get this very wrong. But I haven't seen a fingerprint or anything either. When no one is around. Do you reckon it's Oni? Well, I know where they are. They're being active. Oh, here we go. A Shade will stop all paranormal activity if people are nearby, but they're doing things, like they're throwing things. So does that mean it's an Oni? The ghosts are hard today. You know what? Oh. Did I lose internet or is that just Twitch? No, it just refreshed the chat room. If anyone said anything, I'm sorry. It refreshed the chat room. The ghosts are hard today. Hi, Cindy. Mimi. You have a nice belly. Belly girl. Doing. Oh, that's great cat smell. Alright, I'm gonna send it again because I'm sitting here scared, dazed, and confused. Imagine if I was right. It's gonna be like the demon or something. Fuck, I knew it was gonna be the twins.
There's some jobs ready for you.
I saw the twins come up and I was like, it's gonna be something ridiculous. Alright, let me see what the twins do. Have to interact with the environment at the same time. Well, Spirit Box, that's frustrating. They weren't saying shit. We need our emotional support, Tammy. Jeffy, baby. Also, I know, Keto, your throat hurts, but you're more than welcome. If you hear this, you're more than welcome to play too. Jeffy, do you want to jump into? Mimi. She's been a little sneezy girl lately. Also, look at her little head. Look at that little head. Okay, I'll try one more solo. And then I'll see if everyone wants to join me. Yeah, true, Rach. I guess that's a good point. That's a good way to look at it, is there's rounds where I'm genuinely so confused. But all you can do is just be confused, really. And just learn while you're confused. We've had a few no evidence games today. We gotta embrace the confusion. Yep. Oh my god, I can't believe, Tammy, the no evidence is such a flex. Jesus. Alright. I'm gonna go on professional again. Shouldn't. Maybe I do a quick amateur? Nah. I probably should. But I've done it on professional before. The ghosts are just being very sneaky today. I'm trying. I'm trying, baby. My dream is to be the TikTok reels where the ghost breathes and the player go, yep, demon, that's a demon. Yeah, like Tammy. Tammy's mind-blowing. Ooh, incense, ghost. Okay. This is how I felt when I started playing DBD for the first time. I was like learning everything. Yes. Where are you? Okay. Yes! Yes! Can't be too excited yet. Whoa! Oh, cursed object. I was like, girl, what's draining me? My bad. Okay. Oh no! Axel, the worst thing to leak. Oh god. I don't. Pink. Yup. I've arranged transportation to take you home. Give me an orb or something. Or not. But Keith! Oh, it's fucking Keith! Yep. Yep. Orb. What am I gonna do? Oh yeah. Temperature. Shonapol. Someone give it to. Someone give it to. Someone give it to the wild girls. Okay. What else can I ask? Oh. Are you here? Where are you? Ghost riding. Yup. That's hot. Ooh, did they step in that thing? Hold the phone. Hold the bloody phone. Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Fair. I don't think it's Spirit Box, but again, I was wrong about that, but I'm gonna do that anyway. I haven't checked freezing temps. Oh, Sin, that's what I'm scared of every single time. Are you here? Where are you? Are you here? Where are you? How old are you? Good idea, Evo. So we have freezing temps and ghost riding. And this is what we're left with. I don't think there's ghost orbs. I'll try again. Can it still pick up orbs if the camera is just outside the room looking in? That should be fine, right? Yeah? Okay. Thank you. Door moved. Oh, I need that. I need to see the UV. It's gonna be UV, isn't it? No. Okay. Wait, really? Oh. Oh, there you go. Good to know. Okay. I'm going to assume, and tell me if I'm wrong. If I don't have orbs this far in, I probably don't have orbs, right? I can probably assume that there's no orbs. I hope, anyway. Let's just do, yeah, orbs are gone. I don't think it's ultraviolet. But that could be wrong. Let's do Demon, Moroi, and Shade. Demon, fear the crucifix. Okay. What's hyposemia? Oh god. What's that? They're weaker, the victims are stronger they become. I'm not that weak at the moment. Is that why they're not strong? And then a spirit, sorry, harder to find. Well, that, I don't think it's a shade because we found them. I think it's a Moroi. Is that crazy? But that's spirit box. But I am weaker. But that would have to be spirit box. What's demon? Ultraviolet. Well, I don't think that the ultraviolet exists, to be honest. Should I send... I gotta try again. I have 2 crucifixes in this, so... If I die, I'm very special. Nice. Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? Are you here? Are you friendly? Are you here? Where are you? Where are you? How old are you? Where are you? Freezing and writing. Yeah. Maybe it is a Moroi? They're not saying anything. Yeah. Maybe it's a shade. I want to prevent them from hunting with the crucifix. Shouldn't have taken that. They are shy, but they weren't hard to... Oh, actually, wait. I just realized. They were only not hard to find because I used the mirror.
Holy shit!
Oh my god.
That's 437 bits!
Oh, Mike, you scared me.
House time.
Oh. Hello, doll. How are you? Are you here? So shade has to be EMF 5, but they haven't been doing shit. Mikey! Hello? Are you here? This one's hurting my brain. Should I play with the mirror? Is there anything else I can ask the mirror? To like summon it or get evidence? Can I ask it something else? Oh, it does stuff when I leave? Oh, okay. Oh, it shows you where it is. Okay. I could... Oh, right. Hi, Mystery. I'm good, thank you. Hello? I don't know. And I don't want to wait to find out. Should I just guess? I want it to like do things, but I guess I just have to wait, right? To drain my sanity. I never thought I'd say that in my life, but... Yeah, drain myself with the mirror. Ugh. Oh? I'm gonna leave. I don't want to. I wanted to get the crucifix thing. But it's just not doing anything. And I feel like the longer I stay, the more and more I get confused. I just feel like I can't even get it to hunt. I will say I am not being patient. But like, I just don't know. Oh, I just gotta not be a puss and use the mirror. Bedroom. Bedroom. It's moved to the bedroom. Alright, so I got some juice. Are you here? Are you here? Are you here? Okay. He's like, I sound like Millie Bobby Brown. It moved on Agoria. Oh. Okay. I have 2 crucifixes. Come on, Keith. Let's check for ghost orbs. Show me something in here. Well, this has been a long one. Sorry, guys. Every mission I've done today has been long. And for what? For no reason. There's no dots either. But there's no spirit box. Like, they're not yapping to me. They've stepped on salt. They've written in the book. It's freezing temperatures. Should we just send it with shade? What's shade meant to be again? Oh, object thrown. That's hot. Yeah, throw it, girl. Show yourself in dots or something. Don't be shy. Well, am I 110% safe if I go into that room with 2 crucifixes and an incense? What? Activity monitor. That's probably a 5. Right? Do you reckon I'm safe to go in there, or should I just send it? We should just send it with shade. But I didn't get anything else. Screw it, we leave. Oh yeah, that's right, Avo. You're right. You're right, you're right. You're right, you're right. Okay, so it was shade. Being so sneaky. For what? Didn't get the barn. Oh my god. What a sneaky little rat. Damn. Let me. Or mimic pretending to be Polty. True. Well, I saw it was only throwing 1 item, so in my head, I assumed it wasn't a Polty, but obviously we had other evidence. But like, it was only throwing 1 thing at a time. Oh my god. To be fair, I think we only got that far because of that mirror. I think that was all a mirror. Connie, hello. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend I'm the goat. Alright? I'm learning, but that mirror saved my ass because I had no idea. No clue. Yeah, true. The better thermometer's coming. It's level 27. True. You're right. Alright, I'll do one more and then we'll get the guys in. Because I gotta understand that sometimes.
Alright, we're here.
Ooh, firelight. Ooh. Oh, perfect. Oh, Carla!
New intel. Reports of light switching.
Hey, girl!
So be careful out there.
Oh, what a jump scare. What a jump scare. Hi, Hannah. Oh, delicious. Proud of you for looking after yourself, sorry. Yum. Now I want a Kransky. Hey, Carla, baby. It's so weird when you say your own name. Alright, let's, come on, Carls. Give Mummy a new pair of shoes. Carla. Give me a mirror again, imagine. Alright. The naughty list? Great. Where are the other naughty, items? I'm on the naughty list. Carla's gonna hear this and be like, shut the fuck up. I don't have freezing breath. Ooh, monkey paw on the fertilizer. Ah, what should we ask it? Guys, what should we ask it? Can I ask where it is? Or for evidence? Okay. Can I have some evidence, please? I wish for knowledge. Oh.
Welcome back. There's some jobs ready for you.
I will say the funniest part about that is two things. One, that whole thing. It was a shade again? Oh my god. That whole thing. But then, I don't know why. Well, dying to Carla in the garage is crazy. But then also dying like that and then hearing, welcome back. It's like, shut the fuck up. Do not welcome me back. Do not welcome me back. Not the time. Carla the Shade after using a monkey paw. It's Cluedo all over again. Great. Great. Oh, I liked that one too.
Biddies? For me? Well, I never.
Mikey!
Okay. Okay. I'll make a wish that can't backfire. I wish for a turkey sandwich on rye bread with lettuce and mustard and I don't want any zombie turkeys. I don't want to turn into a turkey myself and I don't want any other weird surprises. You got it?
Yeah, that's fine. You've got it. I will still use the monkey paw. I will use it again. Mikey. Oh, another Sweeney. I can't believe we got a Carla. A Carla. Thank you, Mikey. How's your day, doll? I'm going in. I'm getting the cursed object straight away. Screw it. I wish for evidence. I wish for knowledge. Tammy, are you ready to play, babe?
Welcome back! I've got some jobs for you!
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
What's with the fucking monkey paw? Why was it letting me in the closet? Mimi, come here. Mummy's upset. Come on. All right. It was an Oni. Okay. Here's the thing. I still want Monkey's Paw to work. I want to get it to work. How do I stay alive? Near a wardrobe? We can do a custody. You die. Minus 50% off your 0. 2, pickle 2. Use it away from the room. Oh. So Freedom, here is the thing. So I played when it first came out, and then I would play like off and on in lobbies. But recently, when I tried to play like the last year, I would say, I would just feel confused, and I would always be like, Faz has changed, like I don't get it. You know, there's tier 1, tier 2 items, like why is it doing this to me? And then I thought, you know what? You know what? I should learn it. I should learn Faz and just give it a chance, because I kind of didn't really give it a chance. And Tammy's always spoke so highly about Faz. I was like, oh, I need to just try. Oh, you can wiggle at the front door. I'm so I know, I did that twice in a row. Okay, fine. That's ridiculous. So do I join your lobby, or do you give me... What should I do? Or do you give me things that I need?
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
I don't think I'm able to make it. How is, do you find the ping isn't as bad on Faz as it is like Fortnite and DBD? It's fine, is it? Isn't it? I played with Chris in that. I don't think it's a big difference. Oh, wait. That's what Tammy, or Tammy is the goat, but that's what Tammy's been doing last night. This whole time I've been playing NA. That's why I've been dying. No, I'm kidding. Oh, that's so funny. Okay. To run and hide, right, okay. Honesty freedom, a lot. A lot's happening. Yeah, I'll join your lobby, doll. Oh, what's this? Where? Making? Okay. Adore. Sorry, I was reading a message that I didn't understand. I'm back. Okay. Hello?
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 Hey,
Oh,
you can see my lobby.
look at this. Oh, guys, what a flex. Oh my god. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Tamara! Look at the bones. You have a whole human in here.
I know, right?
Oh my god.
The only thing I'm missing is 3 of the tarot cards.
Damn. Guys, did you hear that? She's missing 3 tarot cards. Oh my goodness. Oh, goated.
I should just go in on like starter items only and just go through them all. Because I'm pretty sure one of the ones is the one that kills you.
Oh, I'll do that. Welcome back. I've got a job for you. Alright, talk me through this custom.
Okay. Okay. Oh, I should turn on evidence. Oh.
Oh, yes, please. Thank you.
I had it set to 0. Okay. Save. Alright, so first thing, the ghost speed is 150%. So you're gonna have faster ghosts.
Oh, okay.
Activity level is set to high. Changing room, I have it turned off. Grace period is 0 seconds.
Oh, so they like just crazy off the bat?
What that means is I have to turn this down. I can hear myself. If a ghost decides to hunt and you're in the room with it, it can actually kill you instantly. Unless there's a crucifix there.
Mm-hmm.
I think we'll be fine.
So, okay. So what, what, multiplier is this?
This is gonna be 5x.
Okay.
So it's 2 more than professional. It's actually higher than nightmare.
Okay. So good, I think. If I don't die, guys, there's something in the water.
I added everything.
Oh,
Also, what else is there? Fingerprints by default have 120 seconds where they last.
Oh, nice.
Mine's just cut in half.
Oh, okay.
And then I have my weather set to fog, but oh, the hiding places. Every hiding place will be open.
Ooh. Okay. You know, I'm really good at that.
help you find them.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
I'm so ready. Monkey paw?
Okay. The cursed object will be random.
Oh, I want a mirror so bad. Goobs, hello.
Ooh.
Hi, Trace. Give us a house
Have you played with the voodoo doll?
Yes, the other day. It didn't go well, but I did.
Oh, no.
Yes.
You're gonna make so much money.
Me howdy. Learning goodbye. Speed running times 5. Okay. Let's rat.
Yep. In mine, you just have to ready up.
Oh, I thought that was
If you're-
me
if you're
this whole
not-
time. I was like, Tammy, ready up, girl. Guys, that whole time I thought I was ready. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Take your pick.
Oh,
You have all my
damn.
stuff.
We have nothing. How are we ever going to do this? Oh, it's Keith again.
Keith, okay.
Motion, video. Oh my god. Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, I forgot to mention my
Oh, no.
the sanity drain is gonna be even faster.
Oh yes, good. Good, good, good.
I forgot about that.
Sure, sure. Yes?
Carla.
What else? What else?
I forgot to I forgot to turn on sprint.
Oh, good. Let's do it. Okay.
That's not so bad.
Perfect.
These are my usual settings because actually turning off sprint gives you so many more points.
Oh. Let me just check if the monkey paws here. No, it's not. What about the mirror?
Here's the skull.
Oh, where? Nice.
Mirror? No, the mirror's not there. It looks like I don't see tarot. See if it's okay. No board, no circle.
So maybe the cursed doll.
It could be, or the music box.
True.
Music box spawns in this closet here. Oh, it is. It's right here.
What do we do with it?
So, oh, the ghost is here too. I would put that on the ground far away from this room. And then the ghost will come like, towards it. So you right click it and you just hit F to place it.
Maybe I just don't.
Up to you.
Maybe I'll do one round and then I'll play. Okay. Oh, I'm so
You can
slow.
turn off sprint after this if you want.
Oh my god, our sanity is draining super fast.
Oh yeah, I put a cruci down. I have dots in the book. It might be EMF5 by the way, potentially.
Okay.
I kind of get used to looking at the board when I'm out of the house, because if something like this happens when I'm not in there, that's probably not a ghost event, so it's probably close to EMF5.
Interesting.
It could still be a but if you see like a single interaction with a spike that high, it's probably EMF5.
Right.
That's one way to find Shade, because Shade doesn't do anything while you're there. Oh, it's not a mare. Not a mare.
Oh.
It's turning on all the lights.
Oops.
What did I do with that? Ended up in the wall.
Oops.
EMF 5. Confirmed.
Oh. Okay. Right. I'll get a Yeah, that squeak got me too. All right, let me get.
The ghost uses it. I could probably. Oh. I was gonna say, am I running around without a light this whole time?
Uh-oh.
I can bring Spirit Box. I'll bring another crucifix. Put outside of the room.
Roger.
Slade Shadow.
How's it been nearly 3 years, Tracy? Holy shit. Thank
34
you.
months of the cutie booty.
I'll bring that and salt next.
Roger. Oh, ghost riding.
Ooh. Right.
Cool.
Where are you?
A spirit?
Yeah.
Ghost riding. Now I need a video of the ghost. DBD spirit. Mikey, that was 5 times. Oop. Keith? Just a brief shot.
Wow. You know what we could do for that video?
Oh no, it's the music box, isn't it?
We could.
Wait, so you
I
do
can
the
prepare unless you wanna. You wanna take a lighter and an incense just in case, and we can place it and catch a video.
Do we record from in here or in there?
So it would have to be in there because it's not dots. If it was a dots ghost, we could potentially get it out here. But we actually need it to show up, unfortunately.
Okay, you're right.
Do you want to record or do you want me to do it?
I might say you record purely
Okay.
because every time I've tried to, it hasn't worked.
Oh. I noticed that when it's hunting, it has to be uncomfortably close to you.
True.
But I have, the plan is I'll repel it when it gets close. Come on. Ooh! Where is it? Got it! Got it! Got it!
Ah!
I got it! I recorded it!
Nice!
We got it! That was lucky.
Very lucky.
We got the ghost poof.
Perfect.
Hey, look at that. We got all our stuff.
Morgan! Listen, Anna, hello!
Okay, I can turn sprint on after this.
Oh, I
realized
accidentally
after-
recorded that. Okay,
Oh, look at that. Extra money.
nice.
Alright. That's the spirit.
Alright, we did it. You did it, but we did it.
Did it!
Woo!
Teamwork.
Then Maggie laughed. She's such a trooper. Sorry, guys. Sorry for my screams. I just didn't expect that to happen.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
2,200.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Wait, what were you missing? I got 22.25. Oh, maybe I got a daily done.
Oh.
Alright, I'll turn sprint on for you.
Thank you. Oh, it wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, to be fair.
Yeah. So this only drops it down to 4.06, which is actually still higher than Nightmare.
Ooh.
Ooh, what's your daily looking like for the event points?
Let me have a look. How do I...
It's this clipboard here. You get about 20 something per Cursed Hollow map run. Good night, Mikey!
We're pretty good, actually. 1 more salt, and then 22 more event points. Good night,
That's
Mikey.
not bad.
Good night, Bobby. Are we going to bed too?
How's this looking?
Have a good sleep.
How close are you to your cosmetic?
Oh. I'm at 69%.
Ooh. Not bad.
Nice. Until next time. Other levels, other tutorials in the game expect you to learn like this. You just play on amateur.
Whichever map you choose.
We all know
Oh,
what I'm
anyway.
choosing.
Okay. I love it.
I don't know, I just like this. I will switch it up in a sec. Yeah, so you start with amateur freedom. And just learn at your own pace. Ted.
Another video.
Video, 2 unique sounds, sanity.
With the higher sanity drain, I do like to start with the thermo and a crucifix, and then incense and lighter, and then these are the headlamps if you've ever used them. They allow you to carry 1 extra thing.
Oh, really?
And so you wouldn't really, they're not as bright as the tier 3 flashlight, but you can carry 1 extra item.
Oh. How can I tell?
So to turn it on and off, you just hold T.
Oh, that's not bad actually. Oh. That's fun. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Oops.
I just heard a door open.
I love how fast you move with that thermo.
Oh yeah.
Coil, thanks for the lurk, doll. Good night,
I can't really
Trace.
tell yet which room. Unless it was actually in here.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Spirit is throwing stuff. Where are you? Oh, might be right out here actually.
Really?
It dropped for a second. Oh! It's bathroom.
Oh.
There's the crucifix. I'll go get the power on.
Oh yes.
in the basement.
Great.
Phone is at the front door.
Ooh, okay, I'll take a photo of it. Take a photo of the barn. Oh, I think Tammy just took a book, didn't they?
Dustin Booker in here.
Nice. Yes, Rach. When they taught me that, my mind was blown. It's one of my favorite things. I never knew that. Until I think a couple streams ago. So now I get excited if it's a male.
It touched the door just now next to the bathroom.
Okay.
Where are you?
From behind.
Oh. Go back.
Make him talk again.
How old are you?
He's a young individual.
Yippee! Nice.
Yay! The spirit box. It's not freezing yet. Oh, it is freezing, actually.
Oh.
It's about to be. I didn't see orbs, and there's no UV.
Oh.
So if it's a Moroi, I'm probably cursed, which means my sanity is just gonna drain faster until I take pills.
Stepping stone is not a wraith. Yes. If it steps in it twice, one after the other, it's not a thing. Oh. That's hot.
I can go get the photo of the summoning circle.
Is that just ghost orbs? Something just flashed.
It might have been. It might have been throwing something.
Oh.
It's hard to see because of the firefly lamps or the jars.
Oh. True. Detritus! Hi Barry! How are you? Nether, yes. So good. Miss their old creepy voices, real.
Are you okay?
Yes.
Okay. My light was flashing on, so just coming up the stairs. I was like, oh shit.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you got a thing. The twins would be EMF 5. Moroi would be writing? I guess it threw my book and I have no idea where it went. Oh, it's up here.
Oh, okay.
They're probably not writing. Oh! You can barely see
Oh,
it.
I got
It
a
was right in
video.
the doorway.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
That was good.
The shadow ghost.
Yippee! Now we need our sanity. Oh, our sanity is dropping 16. My
Yeah.
sanity. Okay, well that's good. We nearly have everything. I don't think it's all.
Yeah, on multiplayer, I can stand inside and wait for mine to drop since you're already below 25. I might be able to catch a photo of the burnt crucifix also.
Okay. Okay. Ava, I'm trying to get better at it. Because I usually die when I capture the photo of the ghost. And I'm trying to get more evidence for more money. I'm obsessed with these. Uh-oh. You only need to drop 10% more for the average. It does, Barry, and I'm learning that now. Because anytime I played it, I mean, like, I've been kind of just naive, I guess, or ignorant to the fact that this has a big learning curve. For ages, I just was kind of like, oh, this game's so hard. Oh, ghost orbs. What the hell? Onryo or a Mimi? Ooh, shoot. Yeah, I thought it was like the game's fault that I was dying so much.
I didn't get UV.
But I just, yeah, tools and everything is just, yeah. Yeah, Barry, exactly. I'm like, what, 70 hours? Orbs, does that mean that's an Onryo, or should we be careful?
I think Onryo, because I didn't get UV.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yay, we have the average.
Nice.
Yay! I nearly died 1,000,000 times. But here we are.
Yay!
Yippee!
I got a photo of the crucifix and the dirty water, and then the video of the orbs as well.
Yay!
Nice.
Nice. All right.
Onryo.
Give me my XP.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
1800 with the sprint on? That's not bad.
We could turn the sprint off, to be fair.
Up to you. If we do a bigger map at all, I'd probably want to turn it on.
What else can we turn off to make the reward higher?
I can turn down the evidence.
To how many? 2?
To 2. It can go 2, 1, and then 0.
How much do you get for 0?
So
Not that I'm suggesting
with the
that.
settings I had before,
Yeah.
with 0 sprint, I was getting 10x for 0 evidence.
Oh my god. Okay.
So
We could
my
do...
rewards were like 4,000
Jesus.
average.
Okay. What about no sprint, 2 evidence? What do they get us?
Okay, let's see. I think that's like 5.8.
Really?
Okay, no sprint, 2 evidence. Yeah, it's 5.81.
Wow. What should we do?
Are you down to try it?
I mean, we can try it.
Okay. We'll still have all those hiding places, so if it hunts, then we can repel and get away.
Okay.
You want to do Tanglewood again?
Yes. Or we could do mini campsite.
We could do that, yeah.
I love how I'm going for no sprint at the camp. Barry, I died twice to a monkey paw before, back to back. It was really good. Rachel, okay. Rachel, yes, yes, yes. yes.
We've arrived. Check the equipment
Eddie.
and get set up before investigating. Whoever was here must have summoned the ghost with a cursed object.
Is that a guy? Or am I reading that as Eddie?
I think it's Edie.
My bad. You
Oh,
got
good.
me.
Okay. Ooh, fun. I'm gonna look for Slenderman.
Slenderman?
Have you seen Slenderman on this?
No?
He's in the woods somewhere. I think he's in a random spot every time.
Of course he is. What the hell? Oh no, sprint is crazy. I'm gonna get you. Barn.
Ooh. Oh, I think I found it.
What'd you find? Ooh. Not me asking what did you find playing a ghost hunting game. What? What did you find? Marshmallows? Snacks?
Actually, I'm not sure yet, but it is lower in here. It dropped below 10. I'm convinced. On fog, the default temperature is like 13, 14 degrees.
I see. Yeah, I'm craving marshmallows so bad. Something just moved over here? Unless I'm going...
It touched the tent window or door in here.
What's that noise? What are they doing?
You might be able to make it with the UV.
Oh, what the hell? Oh, that was me.
I'm not seeing anything. Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly? Might start talking later. Yeah, it's 6 degrees in here now.
What's that noise?
Was it like crunching?
Sound like a gas stove.
Oh, it might have turned.
Oh, it might have
turned something on.
This stove here.
Oh.
Oh, it's off.
This isn't doing anything. It's a shame. It's not freezing yet.
Oh, I wonder what that audio was. So only paranormal audio will show in the wavelength?
dots, I think. Oh, and orbs.
Oh. Wait, you
I think
saw
it was
orbs?
dots. So, yeah. So if we got dots, oh. Oh. I saw it as I was coming back to. Oh.
Ooh.
Oh, let me see what our sanity is.
It told me to get out on the recorder.
Oh my god. Huge news. It's not an average hunter. It's actually a higher. It's hunting at a higher sanity.
Oh, it keeps burning the crucifix. Oh god.
So it's not a Yuri or a Banshee.
Excellent news. Hi, Luke. How are you doing? That
Okay.
scared me.
Because we're on 2 evidence. If that was actually dots. We have Raiju, Thaye, and Yokai that can hunt above 50. Raiju will hunt if there's electronics nearby. Thaye just starts at a higher hunting threshold and then slowly, like, decreases after a while. And then Yokai will hunt at up to like 80% if it hears you.
Oh my god.
It is dots too, by the way. I just saw it again.
Same.
So dots and orbs.
Can I just cleanse? When it says cleanse the area near the ghost, can I just cleanse in the tent?
You're
in order-
muted, by the way.
Oh shoot!
I don't know if you were talking to
Sorry.
me.
Thank you. If I
It's okay.
cleanse it in here, does it count as cleansing the area?
It does, yeah.
Okay. Well, check
We
this
could
out.
potentially get a photo of the dots. That also keeps it from hunting for another minute and a half.
Okay.
Oh, that crucifix is gone. So if it does try to hunt us, we'll have no warning.
Excellent.
Is there another one in there? Hey, come with me.
They just said
There's
so
a hiding
hungry.
spot
I
in
agree.
here.
Oh, okay. Yes.
So this one's pretty safe, I feel.
Okay.
I'm gonna test its speed. If it's average speed, it's probably a yokai. But if it's fast, it's a Thaye or a Raiju.
Uh-oh. Axel's so red. Show yourself. Hello?
Why do I have salt? This black salt, by the way, slows the ghost when it's hunting.
Yep.
Ooh.
Another crucifix.
Yeah.
I want to take a photo of it.
Oh, the power just went.
No, you're fine, Barry. That's the one thing I do usually when they hunt. You can backseat all you want, though. I'm learning. I love hearing it, but I do that usually. I'm going to turn it off ahead of time because I fat finger my keyboard because I scream. Because I'm a bit of a pussy. But yeah, you can tell me anything. I welcome it. Front seat, actually. Drive the car. Can this absolute loser show me yourself? I need a photo of you for Vogue.
If you see that ghost mist, you might be able to catch that too. Oh, there goes the other one. Oh, it's happening. It's pretty hard to get it during a hunt, though. The blinks happen so fast.
I know. So it's better to do the ghost mist for photo?
I don't know if that... Whoop! Oh, here you go. Oh, shoot. I'm doing this because it might hunt from right here. Okay, we have a minute and a half.
Okay. So where should I hide? Should I stay here?
Yeah, you can just stay right back in here. You can just stay crouched in this corner.
Alright. Guys, remind me to pee after this game, for no other reason. Oh my god. Rachel.
Oh my god! Did you get it?
I fucking... If I didn't get this... I didn't count! I got its ass!
Oh no. I just repelled it. I heard it in here too. I'm gonna get more incense.
Okay, sure.
We're coming right back. There's plenty of time.
No worries.
We're at 0 sanity. Oh my god.
You think? I'm shocked to hear that.
It keeps venting in here, and I don't like it.
Yeah. What's its name again?
Edie?
Edie.
I deleted that one so we can get another chance.
Yes.
Are you fast?
I died for a cause! Still didn't get the photo. Okay.
Carl, I got the ghost photo in the dots.
Oh, nice. What thing is it?
It's not a yokai. It's a fae or a raiju.
Hmm. Are they? Hmm. True. Hmm.
Move to where it
Tammy, do you think it could be a Raiju with all the devices and stuff? Or no? Do you think it could be a Raiju with all the electronic interference and how fast it was?
Could be. We didn't have any in our tent though.
You tell me what to circle, Queen.
Oh, the camera though.
Yeah.
Wait. True. Maybe. We can go with that. Or I can go in and die.
No, don't die. Damina! Up, and there goes Tammy. Yep. Tim Tam Slam. Tammy. I just saw the ghost run towards you and your headlight fly.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah, I got thermometer.
I will say it kind of had to get pretty far away. Ooh, thermo!
Yes.
Oh, let's go. Look at all that stuff.
My god. Raiju with no sprint is a death sentence. True.
Raiju with no sprint on 150% ghost speed.
Ooh, true.
So everything is faster to begin with.
True.
But you're getting more money for it.
Yippee! Okay, wait, I'll go quickly pee.
Oh, me too. Okay, be right back.
I'll be back, guys.
Have y'all heard of Twitch Prime? Pretty neat, just saying. Tell us more. So if you have Amazon Prime, you get Twitch Prime for free. I think that's how it works. And then you get 1 free sub to your favorite streamer. Hee hee. Also, code Carla in the Fortnite and DBD shops. Burrito, up to you. I'm all for it. Yup.
Burrito0986 has gifted 5 subs. Naughty boy.
I'm so sorry that it didn't work out. I'm moving on. I'm so sorry, but it's over now. The pain is gone. I'm putting on my shades to cover up my eyes. I'm jumping in my ride. I'm heading out tonight. I'm solo. I'm riding solo. I'm riding solo.
What the hell? Burrito? Oh my god. Thank you. Fuck, wait. I just went to get Rocky Road. Oh. Cammy made you do it? Guys, Burrito, thank you so much. That means so much to me. Tammy! Oh my god, you can't carry me in stream. And in bits. In Faz, I mean. Oh my god. It was Tammy. Thank you, Burrito. Please thank Burrito if you got
Burrito,
a
do you have
sub.
evidence to support that claim?
Scrando,
I think not.
thank you for thanking Burrito, and thank you for following. And thank you, Burrito. That's super kind. I appreciate that. And Leah, hello! How are you, doll? Oh my god.
I did say I was all for it. Never mind. It's caught on cam.
Caught on 4K. Jeez. What map should we do?
Up to you. What would you like to see?
Oh.
With no sprint. Unless you want me to turn it on. I'm okay with that.
I don't mind the no print. Is that crazy?
I'm just so used to it now that whenever I do have sprint, I'm like, oh my god, I'm zooming.
I know. Maybe nails?
Okay.
For a laugh?
I'm done for now. Let's do.
Oh my god. Leah, you're living your life. That sounds amazing. We love. Look what you made me do. Thank you, Burrito. That's super generous. I really appreciate that. Like, seriously. Thank you. And Tammy.
Carla.
Ooh, yeah.
This is a blood moon.
Oh. What does that mean?
Oh, no, it's not. I didn't realize this was a, cursed hollow map. I heard the rain and I was like, oh my god, I'm excited.
Oh.
I got 2 blood moons while I was playing before I went to bed earlier.
So is a blood moon just like
I was like,
higher XP?
higher rewards and XP. The ghosts are harder though.
Oh.
As in, like, sanity drains a little bit faster, I think, and the ghosts are faster. So, like, imagine Blood Moon Ghost on top of my 150%.
Oh my god. Wait, Burrito, are you coming to PAX this year?
So nice in here.
Wow.
I tried to hold the door open for
I know.
but it just wants to close.
Ooh.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, my bad.
That's okay. Oh, wait, it just turned it off anyway.
Oh.
No, it didn't. I don't know what I heard just now. You haven't done the nests, have you?
Oh no. What are they? Oh, my egg.
So, you hear this hissing right here?
Some pissing?
On this table. Yeah. You hear it?
Oh, yes.
If you shine dots on that, something happens.
Oh.
Not all of the nests have that, though.
Oh, okay.
Kind of random.
Wait, breath in here.
Hallway, actually. Yeah. Well, and this hiding spot is free.
Yay!
I'll be back with things.
Okay. Guys, what could go wrong? Oh! Yes! Burrito, yes.
I took a pill outside because we're already at 60% sanity almost.
Oh! Alright, nearly died. Crucifix saved me. Got a video of the ghost.
Oh my god.
Oh, ghost orbs. Ghost orbs, apparently, actually? Hold.
Could be another Thay.
Oh,
I tried to hunt that earlier. It could be a Thay.
it actually is ghost orbs. Oh. A win's a win!
I'm bringing you pills. They're at 44.
Oh, thank you.
Just turn off the breaker. Here's this for you. This.
Thank you.
Did a crucifix burn or?
Oh, no.
This was still in.
Mel!
Put your ass away, child!
Hello!
Melith Epilo just subscribed.
Thank you for 31. My absolute
I'll get
goat.
the power on again after I get another crucifix in there.
Roger. Thank you for 31. How are you? Mamma mia. What do we need? Incense. I don't want to go too far.
You just threw something out here, I think.
Yeah. I'll grab the incense. Oh, was it freezing? Wait, do we have freezing?
We didn't at that time. Let me see. We do have freezing.
Oh, nice.
I just turned the sink on in the room next door also.
Oops.
We have dirty water if we need a photo.
What did I also want to do?
We can just rule out spirit box and UV to make sure it's not a mimic.
True. Mel, we're gonna have the best sleeps of our life tonight. Anything under 1 will go freezing, so even 0.7 would be freezing. Interesting. What the fuck is that? It interfered with my stuff. Tammy?
I wonder if it was a ghost event.
Tammy, it's interfered with all my equipment.
Wait, what happened?
Look at my screen, it's all fucky.
Oh, that's so weird. I've never seen that before.
What does this mean? Am I cursed?
I have no idea.
Maybe a glitch?
Just trying to hunt me.
I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with that.
I think it
I've
has
never
to
seen
be
that
my
before.
game, because even you're dark, and everything's dark. This is the only normal thing I have. See, it goes normal, then I leave, and then it goes dark.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Can you see the journal at least?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm wondering Onryo, but I'm gonna turn the power off and see if it's really fast.
I do apologize. I genuinely can't do anything.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll get this for us.
Oh, God. I'm
You
useless.
can stay here and make money. No. You can stay here and make money. I don't know what happened to your screen.
That's so weird. Very, very weird. I've never seen that happen before. I've never seen this bug, but I'll take it. Part of its charm, exactly. Damn it, I missed the ghost. Oh, never mind, I didn't.
I can confirm not a mimic.
Not a mimic, nice. Hopefully it loads back in. I'm gonna have to restart. Worst case.
Kind of to take pill. Let's see if I can get a I don't know if I'll be able to. Let's see if I can get a candle in the room.
What do we think it is?
I'm gonna test Hantu right now, but if not a Hantu, it's between Yuri and Onryo.
I can't believe I'm stuck in the truck. Usually I would stay in the truck on purpose. Oop. Brave. What the truck? Pizza, hello. Hide quickly and calmly. Oh, great. Am I fixed? No, that's so weird. Blowing out candles. How long has that been in the game for, where they show you, like... I don't remember this years ago. Like this. Motion sensed or ghost orbs. Like, how long has that been in the game for? That it shows you what's coming up. That's been years. Last summer? Okay. So it's fairly new, kind of. Because that's really nice. That's a nice quality of life thing. It's really nice. Did the experts in this game, like the people who were really good at it, were they kind of like, oh, you're holding our hand, or did they like it too? It's great for newer players, especially. Yeah, and when you miss an orb. Object thrown. Big change, but they love the variety. Yeah, nice. When you get into Phas, so here's my thing. Controversial. There was a while there where I thought Demonologist, not in like a bad way, but I thought it was better than Phas because, you know, you had more access to tools and it wasn't as like grindy. And I like Demonologist as well. There's no competition. But now that I've committed to trying to learn it properly, Phas is just in its own league. They've done really well to keep it growing the last 6 years. Tammy's our goat. Oh, that's right. Tammy, my bad. I forgot we were doing 2 evidence. Silly me. Ooh, hunting? I think it came with a big revamp in how evidence works. And before it was only photos, video cameras were just finding orbs. Oh, interesting. Okay. Yeah, the jump scares. See, if Phas had the jump scares Demonologists have, ooh, I think I would honestly perish. But yeah, no, 7, that's a good point. I actually don't really know.
I might go Yurei, because it's kind of hard to tell.
Roger?
It makes sense, because their sanity seem to drop a lot.
True. Wow, you're on 2%. What's coming this year? Ooh.
I did try Onryo, and there was a lit candle when it tried to hunt, so...
Yes, atmosphere, Jaren. Exactly.
Oh, no.
Yippee! Okay.
Okay, I'll try it.
Okay. Oh yeah, the customization. True. That's gonna be fun.
Welcome back.
Onryo.
I've prepared some jobs for you.
Wow.
I only had the one camera. If I had another one, I probably would have caught it. Wow.
Wow.
I actually thought about that as the door was closing because it might have hunt above 50.
Oh. We could go back to 3 evidence. I forgot that we only had 2 evidence. I was like, why are we not finding the 3rd? My bad.
Let's see what it is with a 3.
Even with 3?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's not bad at all.
But you're still getting more than professional and nightmare.
Oh, wow. Well, okay then. Let's go back to Tanglewood. Oh, wait. My camera's fixed.
Alright, we're here.
Oh,
Unique
nice.
videos.
A graphic bug, maybe with the lightning?
Oh, true. This is going to be a tough one. I can see. Yippee! Thank the good Lord, guys. That was crazy. Willow. Oh. No music box, no mirror.
No Ouija board or summoning circle. I didn't check the garage.
It's gonna be monkey paw, isn't it?
Oh, it's in here. Ghost is in the laundry room.
Oh, nice. Oh, mama.
Oh. I see tarot cards in the living room.
Really? Can you get money for tarot cards?
You can take a photo of it, yeah.
Where's the barn? Eb!
I've not seen the bone yet.
Hi, Pookie. You okay? We'll fix a lot of lighting and performance issues. Ooh.
Bringing dots and writing book.
Roger. Nice. Found the bone. I'm gonna get candle. Oh yeah, you're sad. How was your day? What did you get up to? It sounds busy.
Well, it's not a mirror. I just turned the light on. Oh, we have UV.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Where are you? How old are you? Are you friendly? What's freezing?
Ooh.
Are you here?
Wait, did we miss an EMF 5? Oh, I missed that. When did it go EMF 5?
Oh, I hear it now. Yeah, it's EMF 5.
Oh, shoot. Damn. I gotta light the candle again. Can I use the same one?
I lit the candle.
Oh, you lit it? I want to catch it getting blown out. Did you relight it?
I did, yeah. It's
Nice.
on.
Oh, yay. Perfect.
I was watching, but it was a little bit delayed.
I gotta wait for another one. Eb, you should treat yourself tonight with something special. Sorry you've had a day. Proud of you for going to therapy though. You're doing what I am scared of, but I want to soon. I've been saying that for so long, but... I just need one more unique video.
Okay. Maybe I can get us to do something?
Me and Bach.
Just through something.
Do something. Come on.
I'll bring some stuff.
Wait, are you in May, Eb, as well, or is it end of April for you? No, that's so fair. I'm 1 year in May, so like as much as I don't get the 2 years, I'm close to my 1 year, so I definitely like get a crumb of that. So I'm sorry, doll, but you have garlic bread. Yeah. Things are looking up, but yeah, all my love, doll. That's close. It goes so quick and so slow, doesn't it?
My sanity might be getting low. We could catch the crucifix burning.
Can you delete the 2 that I've selected, please?
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, very quick, Ab. Yeah. Crazy, hey.
I need more incense. Just threw something.
Packs of body parts. I mean, it does kind of. You're right.
I'll bring another cam and try to catch something at the same time.
Double cam. Oh, sorry. We don't even need this, but I'm so desperate for it. I like all the bonuses. Juices? Eb, you need to remember this, okay? When you're feeling a little bit down. You're so cool. That's how I should look at a lot of my issues in my life. You just gotta sometimes cry in the car and throw up a deuces, you know? I'm just gonna be like, alright, bye. Yeah, Barry, I'm so greedy and I'm bad at the game. Bad combination. But I know that I can get this. I know that I can get this. There's one more thing coming. Yippee!
And I got the crucifix too.
Lake Titicaca.
I should record some audio.
Hakuna.
Lachlan! Is that a brand new Prime?
Lachlan _ Shrap just
Thank
resub
you.
for
It's
1
been
month.
so nice having you hang out. Thank you. That's really, 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 really kind. New Prime! Brand new Prime! Sorry, all organic! Ooh. But seriously, thank you so
I
much.
missed the door moving.
I really appreciate
Crucifix
it.
has one more charge. I took a photo.
Trying to get some audio of it because I'm greedy as hell.
You could get. Oh, there you go. Oh,
Nice,
get it all.
nice, nice.
Get it all. The EMF. The Chrissy.
Oh wow.
Yes. Oh, we're gonna die though.
Okay, we should go.
We should run out.
Okay.
Oh, I wanted to talk to you. I see it.
Oh shit. Alright. Nice.
Nice.
Amazing.
Good bit of stuff. You got myling locked in?
Oh shit, no. I have gin. What? Did we have EMF 5 ultraviolet freezing temps?
Oh, and this, you know what? I had the wrong thing.
Oh,
My bad.
thank God. Okay. Lachlan, that's so nice. What the hell?
Yeah, I accidentally picked a different one by accident.
Did you just find my channel randomly going through Faz one day? That's so sweet. Thank you.
Welcome back. I've got some jobs ready for you.
Oh my God.
Big money.
Yippee! That was a good one. Ooh, mama. Oh yeah.
Right?
Huge.
What level is your tier 2? Oh, you got the tier 2 thermo. What's next for you?
I think 32 or something. Let me see. Let me press next. 32 parabolic microphone and sound sensor, and then 34 crucifix.
So the sound sensor you don't have to buy right away.
Hell yeah.
It's more for like a weekly. I actually left that for the longest time because you saved $3,000 or whatever.
True. Okay, where should we go? You can pick.
Oh, you pick.
No, you pick. I pick every single map.
You
go.
pick.
No, you
I
pick.
would just pick Tanglewood every time.
All right, let's go to Tanglewood. I'm down.
Okay.
I love some leveling up. I know, it's nice. Close your eyes and pick. I guess we could do random next round.
Also, you're getting event points every time we do it.
Oh, nice.
So you're getting close to your cosmetic.
Oh, I'm 97. Ooh. Yippee.
And then you can then after that's done, you start unlocking the trophy upgrade.
Yep. But no, seriously. Thank you again, Mel. Thank you, Lachlan. I appreciate it. A lot. Lucy.
Ghost photo.
Ooh. Motion sensor. Unique videos. It's always a video. But it's okay, we're getting it. We're leveling up. Yippee!
Ouija board in the basement.
Perfect.
I just heard it throw something in this general direction. Oh, bone in here.
What bone?
Yeah, the mandible.
Getting my camera. Guys, I think I really like getting all the bonuses. I think I have a problem. Josh, good evening. How are you, doll?
Ghost is in the hallway bathroom. I'll move your video cam. We have orbs too.
Oh. Roger. What did I get just then?
It took so long to get that, and I don't know why.
I saw it and it was fun to look at.
It just wasn't, it wouldn't give me credit. I was holding record and everything.
Bloody hell. Okay. Oh, that's right. Summer's coming up close for you guys. I'm going into cold territory. But I don't mind. I like the cold until I'm too cold, but you know.
I have been drained.
Oh boy. You have been.
I think you're right. Oh, maybe not. It's good. It's UV.
Oh, UV.
Yeah. Oh, I can hold this if you want to get a photo.
I was gonna do a little video.
There we go.
Nice. We got the videos.
I'm gonna check this. Where are you?
Not far from there.
Oh.
Okay. Carla.
No
What's a
ghost is
mimic?
coming up. Oh, yep. That'll do it.
Yeah, it's freezing too. So they're freezing UV spirit box plus the fake ghost orb.
Ah, sneaky.
That's why I never mark orbs until I can rule those out.
True.
Alright, what are you doing? Photo?
Photo
Hello?
op.
I wonder what it's mimicking right now. Watch it be a Galoo and just hunt and kill me.
No, no, no. Give us a pic.
I got... Oh, never mind, we had... We have a duplicate motion sense if you wanna...
Oh, true.
I can turn this off because we got it already. If it burns it again, I can catch it.
I want to see its face.
I know. What did I just... Oh, I got the mist form.
Oh, is that...
Caught the mist form on video somehow.
Let me see. No.
I wasn't even looking up.
Just one peek, please. Maybe I'll get some audio. Be greedy.
Okay.
I shouldn't.
The crew seat. Why am I so low?
Pop some pillies.
I'll take 2. Because these only give you 25.
Take 3, Queen.
really.
I don't think that... Oh my god.
Alright, so we should be out of hunting range for a good bit, unless it starts mimicking a demon. I'll turn the power back on.
Okay.
Alright,
Evan,
we
thank
could
you
get,
for Casey,
we could get audio
thanks.
of this being blown out if you want.
It's really fun learning. It's slow, but it's fun. You're my guy. Stop. No, I appreciate people watching. Probably painful for some veteran Faz players, but I'm actually really enjoying learning it.
Oh, do you see the arrow on that?
Yeah.
It points to where the sound's coming from.
Oh, nice. Thank you.
Nice.
Nice.
Mm-hmm. The other two tiers don't do that though. That's why I love my tier 3 stuff.
Oh.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's talking to you again.
Again. Oh, it blew out and I missed it. Damn it.
Oh,
That's
maybe
okay.
that was just the candle.
Oh, I got extinguish. Oh, I got paranormal groaning and fire extinguish. Okay, we could just piss off. Really.
Okay.
Let me have a look on the board.
It's a lot of money.
Paranormal groaning.
I think we made up for it getting all that extra stuff.
True. Wow, look at our board. We're only missing 1 audio and 2 photos.
Yeah.
Oh, and a photo of the ghost. I mean, we can still try, but I don't mind leaving.
You can instantly get money.
Do you have the Yuri selected?
I have Mimic.
You sure it's not a Myling? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Okay.
That's what wait, that's what I said it was before, right?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's a good stretch.
Welcome back. I've prepared some jobs for you.
Okay.
Wow. I've never been this far in Faz ever.
Doing so good.
Oh my
You
god.
no evidence? Or
Hey, I'll do it. Will I be able to contribute? No, but I'll do it.
you could try it. Wait.
I'll try it. I just don't know how to help you
what
at
the
all.
reward is.
Paranormal groaning.
Okay,
I sure
0
hope he
evidence
does.
would be 10x.
I mean, YOLO. Let's do it.
Okay. Tangle.
Yeah.
So I'll explain when we get in there.
Okay. No evidence.
Alright, so we have the boards on for this. We just have to monitor our sanity a lot. Because we can rule out early hunters that way.
Okay.
I always start with my usual, the thermo to find the ghosts, crucifix, and incense in case it tries to hunt early. And then once I find the room, I'll rule out Mimic and Wraith. So I'll bring a video cam to look for orbs, and then I'll put salt down.
Oh my god.
And then after that, if it's not one of those two, I'll test Onryo with the candle. Looking for the power first.
No, I like Paranodal more, Casey. I'm joking. I heard a noise over here. I don't know if it's anything. I heard a noise
in
around
this
here.
room that just goes off randomly, and I don't know why.
Oh.
But the ghost is in the basement.
Oh, okay.
Music box in the master bedroom closet.
Amazing. Roger. You know what time it is. Time to do all the extra credit.
I'll do this. Video cam is in there. Yeah, if we see an orbs, it's automatically a mimic.
Okay. Guys, how good's Rocky Road? And is that a universal term for it? Imagine I'm like, I love Rocky Road, and everyone's like, what the fuck is that? We are Kirby fully loaded. Real. The.
Oh, nice. Got a candle. Alright, we'll rule out Wraith here. I don't have my light.
Oh my god, we both put on. My bad.
Okay, not a Wraith. Alright, so what we're looking for with the candle, alright, is if it tries to hunt, we need the ghost to blow that out 3 times near a crucifix. If it tries to hunt after that, then it's an Onryo.
Okay.
Onryo can also hunt at 60% sanity.
Great. Fair. I love marshmallow. Already have that, my bad.
Our average sanity right now is 76.
Perfect. It blew out the candle.
Okay, so we just light it again near the crucifix and see. It deleted that.
Thank you.
I brought a EMF reader to take a photo of as well.
Nice.